Alright, folks, welcome back. It is day 8. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は8日目です。Alright, so we finally basically passed our honeymoon period, the 1 week experience. Let's get into our review in prep for our next big thing that we're starting a little bit later. As a refresher, I was a little early on the mountain yesterday, so we're going to get mountain. What was the mountain? Oh, we didn't get anything yet. Yeah, right. So it looks like so there's the 18, right? We'll be exchanging this for this. So 18, and it looks like it's doubling up. I see. Wait. 42. 40. What was this? 15, 30, 30, 42. Okay, and then probably 43. I see. So intriguing. All right. Let's get right into it. Time like the present. All right. So what do we have here? 8 fins, right? Joanne. We're being a little bit more behaved today. So Joanne is a woman, right? Gotta find those 2 knees. Santa-san. Oh, wait. Nintendo. Cheated. The hatch. Commandments. You. What was the... Oh, 7%. Wait, what was the 2 for? Tie-dye? Ichi? River? Kawa? Bull? Joel? Toe? Right? Toe's mouth? The toe. Joe's toe above ground. Fountain. Paw below ground. With a toe. One getting hit. Below ground. Power Rangers. Cookie. Enter. Construction or industry. Leaky. Construction. Oh, we were 9. We like cookies. New. Congrats, your newest addition. Okay, you've unlocked a vocabulary word. Oh, I wasn't expecting this. Oh. Hooray! Our first vocabulary word. You've unlocked a vocabulary word. Welcome it to the family by completing your lessons. But first, can I tell you a thing or two about vocabulary? Yeah. Yeah, go right ahead. The 411 on vocabulary. You know, to this day, I'm not entirely sure what the 411 means. Hold up. What does 411 mean? Oh, it's a directory information. Konnichiwa, Gecko-san. You are just in time for me to unlock my first vocabulary lesson. Okay, hold up. So the 411 is a telephone number for directory information. Dang. Informal, the 411, information or knowledge usually about an event or an activity. Wow. I guess I either wasn't... I might have grown up where 411 was still being used, but boy. I think the closest thing I can relate to the 411 is star 69. No, it's not star 69, obviously. But it's star something. What was it? Star something to retrieve phone number. What was it called? I don't remember. It was star something where you like dial it to get the phone number of someone, the person that called before. What up? What was the code? Oh, it was star 69. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I wrote it off because of like the changing meaning, like the changing usage of 69. Star 69. Nice. I was like, it rolled off my tongue. I'm like, that can't be right. Can it? How the times have changed. Yeah, in the United States, for anyone who's gonna watch this later and outside of the United States, star 69 was the command that you place in a mobile or landline, and if someone calls you, right, star 69, you can try to retrieve the phone number of the person that called you prior to the smartphone era. So when I think about 411, that's even further back, and it's like a big directory and whatnot. But star 69 was the feature until like caller ID, right, was a thing, and then caller ID turned into smartphone tech then. Interesting. That was a little fun trip down memory lane. Thank you, Ko. All right, so vocabulary words are similar to kanji in that they have an English meaning and a Japanese reading. Unlike kanji, though, vocabulary typically only has one way of reading it. This means you'll have to type in exactly the correct reading in order to move up in SRS. That's kind of funny how that is phrased, that SRS is a unit, right? The way that English is written, it's referring to SRS as a unit, a measurable unit. Stay accurate, stay vigilant. Look at those determined faces. I think she needs some even more like aggressive face. Regardless of the country, I'm just young enough to not have lived through the kind of stuff I think, or not really remember anyway. I think it's one of those things like yeah, nah, you don't really need to. Like the convenience, like this is one of those examples where it is truly obsolete. And the way calls are being done now, it's not necessarily like an evolution of that thing, of that system. That system basically just got dumped, right? Like for another. So it's an interesting share for sure. I didn't realize you were that young. Keka. What else can you tell me about vocab? All right. I didn't use 411. I didn't even understand what the 411 meant. Like what I mean is I didn't understand the literal 411. I understand when someone tells me I'll give you the 411 on vocabulary. How did that mature? Now it's TLDR, right? I'll give you the TLDR, or I'll give you the Skippy. Skippy was before TLDR, like I used to, or the down low, or the down I don't download, not download, or it's kind of like a mix. There's like various versions of, oh, here's the under the table deal, and then here's the above board things. There were quite a lot of ways, but now I guess the TLDR, right? I think TLDR is slightly old now, but it is also not old enough for both like the generations to use. So giving someone the TLDR is probably the more modern way of saying 411. You don't think we're that different in age? You're 34? Yeah, you're not that young. You're like fringe, you know, you're nearly Gen Z, nearly, but you can join the millennial transition club, right? I'm 37. So we're not that. The Star 69 was when you were in your teens, around, so I was around 16, 17 years old ish. Yeah, we were both in our teens when the Star 69 thing was a thing. And the coming of color ID. Okay, maybe early teens. Like both of us were in our early teens. You might have been slightly below 10 years old yet. Nah, it's fine. I was old enough to actually physically made a call on a rotary phone. Crazy. You know, here's another thing. That the two of us might share. I was old enough to make a payphone call in the city. Think about that, just that idea right now. Like that I did too at your grandma's house. Oh, that's kind of sweet. Yeah, man, this is memories. You gotta cherish them. You gotta link them up. And now, thanks to WaniKani, I got a chance to share another thought about celebrating our age. You know, what else can you tell me about vocab? Let's go. More on vocabulary. Vocabulary reinforces the kanji meanings. It most certainly does. In the other direction, that's definitely a great way to look at it. Look forward and backwards, because it's a two-way street, right? I think this type of thinking is much less utilized. Like a lot of times when you're thinking about progress and learning and stuff, it's often looked as unidirectional. So like without, if you look in the reverse, sometimes you can start somewhere else, right? The reason why I say this is I think a little bit back there was like a person who is incredibly analytical, and they're convinced that a certain thing serves a specific function, and that's the only function it can serve primarily, and that's how they learn. So whenever you think of it that way in series, when it comes to the learning process or deductive reasoning or constructing, one will become under practice going one direction and then not the other direction. And then when you break the series, it's difficult to problem solve and then find context, right? Not, again, like the star 69 thing, not necessarily pragmatic most of the time. The idea is when you're doing it with your brain, oftentimes that little technique and that skill building and flexibility can apply to other types of learning, where like, okay, well, now the video game wants you to do this randomly, right? Like, for example, okay, first you have to learn the cards in a series, like 1 through 10, right? And then they want you to learn it from 10 to 1. And now the next level is to randomize it. So you can imagine 1 through 10 as separate processes. The idea is wherever you start, 10 could be next to 9, because if they're in order, you could check if 10 is to 9. But if it's 10 going to 8, you can fill in 9, right? That's kind of the idea of, at some point, you're gonna do the series for convenience. It, like, if the threshold is too high, you can do it in series. It gives you more context, like a mechanical context. And then ultimately, when it comes to construction, you know, the end game of construction, the idea is you're breaking them down into the most manageable amount of flexibility, and that's where you settle. And sometimes when it comes to language learning, it'd be the breaking down of units. So WaniKani, at least one of the foundational things, is to break down the components as much as possible while creating a foundation routine that can manage for most people consistently that high volume of small components. And at some point when you're stacking these up, you'll settle on a specific, I'm going to say, layer of complexity. And that's where your ideal compression is, right? My ideal compression is, we'll find out where it is for Japanese. However, I could do this for like deck building or something that I spend a lot more time. I do skip over some fundamentals because like, for example, if you're going to say water, right? I'm not going to say H2O. And dear me, I know there are some really, really high functioning people out there that want to say dihydrogen oxide. That's fair enough. But the idea is that you find your level of compression. And oftentimes it's also conditioned by people's standardized or generalized idea of compression, right? That's the difference of being verbose and terse, right? Or in other words, concise or elaborate. Your feeling is the level of its compression, which I like that they're emphasizing that, well, not only can you do that, you can also do it happens the other way. If you happen to learn, what I mean by this is, WaniKani, this message is very important because if you don't know the read or the components, you can also know the vocabulary and break it down into its components to reinforce, right? Wherever you start, there's information to be gathered. I would give more of a real world, like a more complex behavioral pattern. Like, for example, there's this idea that when you take a data point, right? When you take a data point versus a result, you look at the result, and a lot of individuals don't think backwards. As in, when you read a news article and this person gives you like the top 10 language learning apps, right? If it's past a specific point of deduction or critical thinking, rarely do individuals, when they get really normalized to that step, all the steps that lead to that precedes that step is under practice and or irrelevant, right? an influencer can tell you this is the best product in the world, and you might step back one and say, well, what are all the other products? That's fair enough, but that's probably as far as it go. Like, how did this person determine that this is the best product? And when by how, not simply by the generality, but how was the methodology done for all the generalized method titles, right? And so far, so forth. And what is the history of this product going back? We'll talk about, this is the core of my story and introduction and my bullet point for later today, which I will be talking about HanziHero, right? And how I'm gonna interpret that. You think it's also important for beginners to understand that kanji are not words, vocab items? Yes. Although some words are indeed composed of a single kanji, that's a misconception I had prior to starting. Yeah. The distinction, right? It's a this deals with the exclusion thinking, like distinct one-to-one exclusion thinking, which it's funny because a lot of learners use a primary language that generally does not operate on exclusion. And what I mean by that is one word, one meaning, one cluster, one thing, right? It's there isn't a language, at least a macro language. There isn't a macro language, because I don't know, there's like some rare language out there that has like a unique thing. In fact, that's one of the things that makes it unwieldy when someone thinks about learning a language, right? While this is a misconception, it might seem like it actually makes it a little bit more overwhelming, in my opinion. In general, when you think of something like every single thing is a single thing, that's kind of almost overwhelming. In fact, they are related, right? And I know you're saying that you were thinking it is actually one-to-one or something like that, or like there's some distinction, or you're trying to find distinction. Oftentimes, though, when one object gets compressed into multiple things, they're all of those things. So instead of seeking to separate them, sometimes things are layered on top of each other, right? So you could be open to that, or you want to neatly arrange them, like in your head. Like, for example, is it harder, quote unquote, is it harder for you intellectually to think of Yama as mountain, the radical? I'm using the WaniKani example, right? Mountain, which is the radical, and then mountain, the kanji, and then the separate mnemonics separately. Like, then you would think, okay, so that's 4 things, right? At least 4 things to remember. And what I have already begun doing, because I've already done some of this for a very long time in Duolingo and whatnot, is that now the world, you build the meaning of something to be not just one thing, right? So you could argue, instead of saying kanji are not words or vocab items, although some words are indeed composed of kanji, you could have one kanji say, well, it's also all of these things. But then they get clustered together in their own mnemonic, right? Kanji, this character can be both a word, a vocab item, a single kanji, and a radical, all at the same time, which that creates like a level of depth of reinforcement for the significance of the kanji. And Duo does not do that explicitly. Their kanji section, though, does imply it by exposing you to its relevance across 5 parameters. But usually the most pragmatic that's outside of Duolingo are the 3 parameters, which is the read, the structure, the visibility of it, and then the sound. So whenever you're in the kanji unit, all the choices have some relevance across this. Oh, actually, a 4th one would be meaning, right? meaning. So you have these 4 properties, and nowadays, this is me coming into WaniKani, obviously. For Duolingo, because of Duolingo's kanji section, I have already started compressing manually myself, like explicitly through writing, that they are compressed to all 4. Nowadays, I love to discover new words for which I can recognize the kanji and then try to guess the meaning or reading, and then I love the feeling when I actually happen to get it right. Yes, exactly. And here's the thing. I will. This isn't a sorry. I'm gonna make this sound like a competition. In addition to that, if you're recognizing components and building structures, kind of like Lego blocks and whatnot, when you don't get it right, it also be like, aha. Now I get to add more information. So what is it? Oh, and then you hear the, oh, that's interesting. You know what I mean? Like, even if you don't get it right, at some point you're like, dang, now I got something new I can add to my library of deduction. At least in my opinion. The reason why I mentioned this backwards and forwards is this person probably speaks very great Japanese and fluent Japanese. The thing is, the discovery process for this person might not be as interesting to me as me and you. Like when someone says, "Oh yeah, this kanji, it only serves its primary function of a kanji is to give you meaning." That's it. That's what that person said, basically. And it's like, so the only thing you should be learning is by meaning. And my first thought was, well, that is certainly what I didn't do. And it's like, well, you'd be wasting your time. And I'm like, oh, okay. And I never heard from that person again. I demonstrated how I do my discovery process and how interacting with Japanese, not thinking of it that way, made my experience so rich. And like, it almost feels multi-dimensional to the point where it imitates my early days with English, right? So it's one of those impasse, generally speaking, and it does come up. We'll see if it comes up in discussion when we run into other people. They both lead, I mean, in both ways. However you spend your time, being able to acquire new knowledge and learn from those methods or any of the methods, right, combined, you'll hopefully reach your satisfactory level of understanding, right? For me, I resonate with you where it's fun to put things together. You have like limited information, but you have just enough information where you can squeeze in like whether you're like, oh, I feel like this is how it is, and then not so much. And then when I'm totally off the like mark, I'm like, yo, this is pretty cool too, right? That kind of thing. I get to miss WoW HC drama for Japanese. Wait, you're playing WoW? Oh, you were watching WoW like hardcore content, Blair? Oh yeah, when I get it wrong, I love to try to understand how that come to be. I feel it sometimes gets similar to semantics with Latin roots where you feel it sometimes gets similar to semantics with Latin roots where you can try to guess based on word parts. Yes. It's like a puzzle game. I'm not sure if you ever liked like the new modernized indie puzzle games, but oftentimes like trying to figure the act of trying to figure something out and then elicitingly giving you clues to trying to understand it is an absolute rewarding active process. And it does take time to normalize that reward, because others, you know, like the hustle and bustle of the internet, would prefer to be immediately told and corrected as to what the answer is, largely because instant gratification is their main source of reward, if you know what I mean. Like, we're not saying that one is better than the other, one is more efficient than the other. The idea is, what is the normalized reward system that you have? And slowly you can entertain other reward system, but it is very difficult to to compete nowadays with the normalization of instant gratification by instant peace of mind, right? Because of the high level of instant gratification, any lag time between knowing the right answer and the wrong answer, like how to correct a mistake, becomes a potential conflict of interest with your emotions. Nowadays, I can tell you, it is very difficult, in my opinion, for a lot of people, the vast majority of people that I've met, that if I make an error and it takes me a whole day to review all my notes because I separate my practice and reviews when I'm not in like really focus on learning. Like for example, how WaniKani does it is you do all your lessons, you do all your reviews, and then they collect your mistakes, right? Then you choose to focus on mistake things. Those type of things can be in different order. However, I would say the average person would make a mistake, then correct it as it goes, right? So that reinforces a specific type of behavior where if you're consuming media, you get hung up on a single stopping point, and that's a series line of thinking where when a process ends, there's no failsafe check marker to pass the check and continue with the process before looping back. It's one of those behaviorisms that are so consistent when it comes to those who are most frustrated with transitioning to using like different approaches of immersion and whatnot. The idea that the sentiment, typically younger individuals would say, how do you get over, like, I always get stuck and then I would have to rewind and play the whole thing again and I never get to finish whatever I was watching. And that's kind of a lot to do with, in my opinion, heavily influenced with how you practice and normalize specific types of reward linked with your behavior of how to learn something, in my opinion. So if you gotta drop everything to correct the thing that you're stuck on, which I sometimes do, I choose when I do it. Like for example, I would say, nah, I'll get this later. I'll just write this down now. And then sometimes I'm like, no, I gotta look this up now. So I kind of mix between the two. Like, is this like really urgent? Like, for example, I stopped for the 411 in this digression. I could choose to like, I'll talk about it later kind of thing, right? And even then, that's not a mistake. That's more of a distraction. So oftentimes, there's a lot of times where if you don't know the right thing at the moment, that actually ends up becoming a distraction that becomes deconstructive for everything else. And at some point, relying on that type of line of thinking will become inevitably not sustainable, in my opinion. Right? Because a level of error is to be expected if one understands the human nature. And if you constantly normalize not making errors, life is kind of going to be kind of tough. Like, in the terms of the reward system, right? It's a good point though. I mean, I like your points, Gecko. Yeah, watching only Fangs streamers hate rating creators because someone got banned is a bad thing to do. Goblins don't open. Wow, Claire. You sound like a gossip girl. I haven't watched WoW drama in a while. All right, so let's get back. Let's reinforce. Vocabulary reinforces the kanji meaning and readings you learn, which also teaching you new ones. Not to mention you're learning new Japanese words. These will definitely help you with all the Japanese comic books. Wait. Oh my gosh, it's a hyphenated sentence. Wait. These will definitely help with all those comic books well-meaning relatives kept buying you. Oh my gosh, well-meaning as an adjective for relatives. Now I'm curious where Ko is from. Well-meaning relatives. That's a very uncommon compound adjective. Huh. And then I like how they quoted Japanese comic books, because at this stage in WaniKani, you wouldn't know what a manga is, right? Yeah, they were well-meaning, good intentions and all that. Yeah. The well-meaning is a very it's a very regional specific thing. So interesting. Huh. Well-meaning or kind-hearted. Kind-hearted is the other adjective, the compound adjective. Kind-hearted as opposed to well-meaning. Interesting. I personally, for me, I strayed away from well-meaning because well and meaning are very different from kind and hearted, as in the way you would read this can cause like reading intentions to be different, right? A little English thing. It's English. It's an English thing. What else? More on vocabulary. For some of the vocabulary, you already learned the meaning, the readings, so those should be a piece of cake. A piece of cakey. No, it's so. I should really start like throwing in some Japanese words just for some katakana ego just for practice. For others, you've learned the new readings through mnemonics. Just English things, I know. You know. For others, you'll learn the new readings through mnemonics. There are a lot of vocabulary terms, but with your knowledge of the associated kanji, all the vocabulary you learn uses kanji you've proven you know. Oh, that I really like that. That reinforcement, that positive reinforcement, right? There, I don't know how intentional, like calculated intent that Ko is writing. However, the words that the way they're describing, in my opinion, is either coincidence or very important when it comes to, in my opinion, learning intent, right? As opposed to saying lots of daunting things, all the ways that their Ko is writing, addressing a lot of the potential overwhelming things you need to know, is framed in an encouraging way. In my opinion, it might sound cliche. Overall, consistently, people like students and whatnot perform far more consistently, in my opinion, anecdotally, through positive reflection and inflection of things, which basically is, in my okay, this is a generalization. It's not what the internet relies on. The internet relies on fear. Like, oh, you know, don't forget all the billions of words, you know, don't forget all the billions of kanji that you need to know soon, so you better get started. Like, and here's how you can get them to, here's how you can do it fast. Like, yeah, okay. Hello there, virus. What's good? What's good? We are in day 8 of WaniKani. Yep, and we are getting our first vocabulary words. Yeah, there are a lot of vocabulary terms, but with your knowledge, yeah, you'll be surprised how easy they are to learn, right? Focusing on the person as opposed to some nebulous hypothetical thing. Yes, Ko is not here. like that person isn't interacting with you directly. However, a little use of address. Have I watched Squid Games? I have watched Squid Game. Yes. Oh, we get 3 lessons. All right, let's see what our new vocabulary words are. And then we gotta switch gears today fairly quickly because we got a lot to write about the companion piece coming up. Okay, so we have 9. The vocabulary is composed of 1 kanji, 9, right? Does the combination of the kanji mean somewhat... Does the combination of the kanji meanings somewhat relate to the vocabulary meaning? Based on the kanji composition, can you guess the reading of the vocabulary? That wording is a English problem for me. Does the combination of the kanji meanings... Okay. At the current moment, there's only 1. Somewhat relate to the vocabulary meaning. Okay, yeah. So it's using the baseline. This is the kanji character, and then that is the vocabulary word. Yes. So they're stacked on top of each other. They didn't go the route where, oh, if you know the kanji or you know the radical, you know the vocabulary, which is what you picked up Korean because of it now. Ooh, well, good luck on Korean virus. Blair is also... This question does not make much sense for a single kanji word. Yeah. But it's like the other one where like, oh, this is 1 and it includes 1. However, he naturally written it in a way that's like, hey, for this example, it's the same, right? Like you would present the question and then just say like, you know, which it is inferred here, where like, oh yeah, it's the same, like that kind of thing. Oh, a word type. I like it. So they added a categorization already. A word type. This is what I typically do after Duolingo. One of the part of the aspects of construction, right? Constructing the construct. I know it sounds redundant, but making the construct. One of the fundamental early steps that you would do is categorization. So word type, right? And they do that already for vocabulary. I'm kind of curious if there's anything else. So numerical meaning explanation. When a vocab is made up of a single kanji with... Oh, they do explain. When a vocab is made up of a single kanji with no okurigana, hiragana attached to kanji, it often has the same meaning as the kanji it's based off of. Okay, same goes for the word "you" as well. It has the same meaning as its kanji counterpart. All right, yeah. So it's explained later. Interesting. So now we have Kyoko and Kenichi, and they're both Kanto accent.
Q.
Q.
Ku.
Ku.
Yep, as to be expected. Like it. Oh, this is gonna be a point of comparison with the next thing we're doing today, because I noticed some voice samples and I realized, yeah, definitely a smaller production, but they're starting up, right? So this is nice to have these things, but we'll go into the inevitable topic about comparing Duolingo and then a smaller project and then resources and how they go about doing these type of samples. This is often a very contentious or very hot topic, which I have a very neutral take on it. Reading explanation. When a vocab is made up of a single kanji with no... Okay, I feel like it usually uses the kunyomi reading. Oh yeah, you explained this to me actually, Gecko, the other day. With the exception of numbers. Numbers are the exceptions, as you might already know. When they're alone with no... Yeah, there it is. This is the thing you mentioned yesterday, or either 2 days ago or yesterday. Or it might be 3 days ago. Has it already been that long? When they're alone with no okurigana, they're the onyomi reading, which you should already know from learning the kanji that makes up this word. Yeah, you told me the fun fact already the other day. So pattern of use, Q plus counter. Yes. And they and this person Cole uses the same terminology I use. Way early on, like maybe the first, when Duolingo introduced the first few counter words. Just FYI, in the setting you can turn on auto read when you open the reading tab. It will automatically play the audio. Don't know if you like that though. I do not. Generally speaking, I make an attempt, much like everything else. I make an attempt before I hear it, and then I would correct from the attempt and the hearing. So then I normalize what I think it is to what it is, and then retroactively correct and line the two things up. However, Duolingo reads things beforehand, so that was a different thing to adjust to. So what I typically do is I do different techniques when it's reading. When Duolingo reads the first time, I do different tasks with it. So when Duolingo is reading, it always auto reads, by the way. Or you can turn off listening entirely, which that's a mixed bag in its own. So Duolingo auto reads all the time. So when it auto reads, I'm imagining the characters. And then when I'm going back and pronouncing it, I'm reading the text with my pronunciation in mind. And then I move on. If over time I notice that there's some visualization that mismatches with the auto reading in my mind, then I would go back and do that. And then when I'm solving the translation, I'm imagining the image of the meaning. So I'm doing interpretive and image creation. And that's the routine I have for each sentence. So what happens is I do a bit of visualizing, like the actual events. I don't have aphantasia, by the way, or like I don't have a high level of aphantasia. So when I interpret something, I also imagine what it looks like in my head. So a hypothetical image in my head pops up, and the English translation shows up as a descriptor for the past, because in Duolingo you have to translate, right? However, before then, when it auto plays, I'm trying to constantly focus on the idea. You'll probably see me like look away whenever, like look down. My face don't turn, but I like look down or look up or something. When something auto plays, I'm trying to imagine writing all the characters out, not one by one, but like the characters being scanned out, like maybe a subtitle or something, and then I would read it with my attempt, and that's how we go about it. Here, since it's the ideal version where I will look at it, I'll absorb what I know about it, then hear the correction, then I'll do it the other way, which is probably a fairly decent compliment to Duolingo. It's a little bit more involved, which, by the way, that whole idea of feature set, like what you can turn on and turn off and whatnot, that becomes relevant when we're comparing the next thing with WaniKani, because one is a young developer and one is a seasoned developer. So there's so much to be talked about these things. Great. Thanks for telling me that you can do that. I did see in the options earlier. We got to look at options earlier in the. Usually day 1 is the day where we explore the options. So context, usage pattern, I like it. And they use unit, by the way. What was my story? Oh yeah. Around 2 weeks or 3 weeks, something like that, counters were introduced. And it's funny, I think Hideyoshi was there before. Lots of people tell me like, oh, this is how counter works, counter needs this. And then I go into a spiel about, well, I understand how counters work. And then someone says like, no, it's not the same as in English. English doesn't have these things. And I'm like, well, okay, well, bear with me. There is an English counterpart, but the idea is English has, in colloquial speak, it's dispensed, as in like it's optional most of the time. But to make it even more interesting, I'm also Chinese. Like my parents are Chinese, so I'm used to using counterwords. However, as a scientist, on top of that, since I used to work in science, you use units all the time. Otherwise, numbers have no meaning, right? A quantity of nothing is still insignificant without its unit, right? So, what do you mean? What happened to Seth? We're switching up our schedules a little bit. Duolingo will be a regular thing after I introduce things, but I won't have enough time today to do so because we're starting projects and projects require time. So Duolingo will still be around as much as it can be. Anyways, so for units, that's why I use the word units. It's a science thing, largely. And I made like a joke about not everyone says one whole pie, for example. Like you go up, sometimes they do, but not very often. Like you go up and say, can I have one whole loaf of bread? Or just one loaf? Or may I have one whole pie? One pie. So, lots of earlier days in Duolingo thing, so people are like, oh, that's not an English thing. Like English don't have this concept of counters. Like, well, colloquial English does not, because it has been contextualized for the most part. Things have been normalized in the sense that you no longer use those unit words. Like sometimes someone's like, oh, that just takes there are still colloquialisms that are kept, like, oh, that takes 10 what? Immediately it's a number that's conceivable, that's overlapped with many units, right? And that's when units are used to clarify. Like I could have said that took 10 minutes, then it suddenly becomes about time. It's like, no, that's 10 miles away. It suddenly becomes distance, because those are reasonable distances that overlap within a range. You don't say I drive one whole car, right? Because whoever drives half a car, that kind of thing. So units very, very still exist in English, but usually it's used for clarity as opposed to well, loaf is basically a counter for bread. No, it is. It's a unit of bread. In French, we would say un pain, one bread, no explicit counter. Yeah. So, which that's French, right? In English, what I'm suggesting is that the things that people think aren't counters and or things that they don't see doesn't mean it doesn't exist in a language. This will be a contentious point between me and a lot of other people. Actually, the developers of HanziHero, which come up, made a bunch of videos in which they did generalizations about what English doesn't have compared to what is needed for like Chinese, for example. That's going to come up multiple times. It's more like things are disused, like it's not normally used in English, but they exist. Like, for example, oftentimes, just as a tease, this person made a video about how like English speakers may have problems with the representation, like the mnemonic or the phonetic representation system, like the pinyin system, for the sound, because English does not have this sound. And what that person is trying to do is they're doing the kanji is a vocab, kanji or radical is a kanji is a character, a radical is a radical, and a vocabulary is the segregation, where like if you focus like, yes, it doesn't fit that sound, that phonetics doesn't fit, as in that the phonetics of that sound does not fit in any English phonetics, but English speakers have made that sound before. It happens to not translate into a single sound. Like, what was a good one that they did? Xiang, right? Xiang, or like ang, it's like ang, young, that kind of thing. Young. If you say young with an accent, in places in the United States, it comes out young. Like, that is one young boy. So, no, that's inaccurate in my opinion, but it's a very fringe case, right? Where if you do not encounter these things, it doesn't necessarily mean they don't exist, but I gave it a leeway because they're using generalization. So they're talking about, typically you wouldn't hear the twangy yang as opposed to young, right? I'm in a region where I don't have twangy like kind of pronunciation. However, it does exist in English. Like English, because there are other speakers from other regions and other backgrounds, those sounds do exist in English. Not like the region you're from, but like when my parents pronounce some English words, those English words sound like those sounds sometimes, and it's still distinguishable, as in I know what they're trying to say, largely because I'm used to the regionality of the English. So it's typically very difficult for me to like not stop and pause and think about things when it's not the same. It's like a double standard, but it's a expected double standard. When you try to generalize a language that has a lot of discipline and enrichment, right? Mandarin and Japanese, and then you use it, you compare it to a standard that, which is English, that it kind of falls apart in a sense, largely due to you're trying to be general, and yet English is predicated on exceptions, right? If you're trying to say things like it doesn't exist in English, that is a pitfall, in my opinion, for someone who is more of a learner, in my opinion, and probably less of a linguist. I'm not a linguist, so maybe a linguist will be able to chime in on that. Even I, though, with enough exposure to many English accents and whatnot, I can tell you that I have pronounced that specific sound in English before, like using an English word. So they do exist. Saying that they don't exist or doesn't have it in English may be two things. They didn't encounter it, which still doesn't mean it doesn't exist. When it comes to objective logic, most of the time, when something doesn't exist, it is one of the most difficult things to prove if that is true, because just because it doesn't exist under a specific condition, you don't know if it does. Right? It's not a confirmation of non-existence. Something you don't observe doesn't necessarily mean it doesn't exist. It's a very pragmatic way to keep things in line. Like when you're talking to someone, it's like, oh yeah, nobody does this. It's like, well, nobody either yet or right now, nobody does this in your experience. That is correct, right? You have not seen anybody do this. It's fair enough. I'll take your word at it. Even then, it's very difficult to speak to someone who goes to that level of generalization, because then you encounter problems like, oh yeah, weird people does this, and then meanwhile you're like, but you do this. Like, well, everyone except me. And it's like, well, I do this. Well, everyone except us. So that's what happens when you make a video, especially for YouTube and for your channel to advertise a product, and you make bold claims. Bold claims deal with generalization, but it really does sell a product, and I totally get it. Like, for example, this is the fastest way and most efficient way, and it is the one-stop shop resource for all your Japanese language learning means, you know, that kind of thing. I understand. And it's when taken from the perspective of an objective standpoint, when you place I think or I believe this is a conservative claim based on my anecdotal experience, then that would rectify a lot of professional criticism, right? However, that's a very colloquial English versus professional English. When you are professionally inclined, which kind of tells me that they're younger developers, and also that they became infatuated with another language, much like a lot of Japanese language learners, at a younger age, in which their primary language, often English, is serviceable, as in it is covering 99.9% of colloquialism, as opposed to someone who has a professional background that would delineate between these. I actually spent most of the time yesterday teasing about how so many online journalisms have thrown out professional writing. Like, it's to the point where I totally understand how it feels like it's normal to not care about these things anymore, largely due to the nature that you don't see them anymore. So if you don't see them, you don't think they're important anymore. You can't conceive anymore that they are important or useful, largely because they don't exist. For example, my personal is writing kanji and writing Hanzi. And the conception is writing can only serve a very specific purpose because no other purpose has exist for it anymore, right? That's kind of the thing. And for me, when I do something voluntarily, the richness of doing something that people don't care about anymore or no normalize is a sense of novelty. It can even be something that disappeared and then you brought it back, largely due to your own self-enrichment, and not for like pragmatic standpoints, like, some people can still call it useless skill, right? In fact, that's what this person implied in their video, that writing is largely useless. I place the word largely in there, or for the practical sense of what they're selling, to qualify it so that it sounds less, for lack of a better word, less unprofessional. It is very unprofessional, in my opinion, and very misleading when you use a word useless without qualifying what the purpose is. You have to qualify all your objectives. It is technically acceptably useless if it does not apply and affect any of the metrics you use. It's agreeable in that way. When you say it's useless and you nebulously talk about various things that lead to various things, it does not qualify whether it's useless or not. And then you're going to have tons and tons of technical and or bias or opinion counter arguments like, well, it's not useless. I love writing. Done. Your argument falls apart because you haven't qualified what if someone liked it, right? If your feelings are one of the qualifications, metrics you're not measuring, then it would remove that counter argument that's like, I like writing, it helps me remember things. Well, it's not clearly not useless. It invalidates your argument. Kind of a thought. It's a really big one. I'll talk about it later. We got to finish our lesson, our 3 lessons. I really love talking about these things because genuinely genuinely, the things I'm talking about, I feel that the internet can be, the people on the internet who consumes all this information can totally pick up this aspect of English. And I can't speak for other languages. However, the internet language, right? English, quote unquote English, understanding these nuances and these thoughts can help intuit and normalize critical thinking when it comes to expressing things. Oftentimes, yeah, it could sound very technical or politically correct. I understand that. It's emotionally distressful, largely due to how exact it needs to be. It's almost anti-English, right? We already talked about how loose English is to accommodate a lot of people. But I actually think that English can be leveraged in a way to normalize a more clear conciseness outside of pronunciation and like how you sound and whatnot, like writing. I'm specifically talking about writing, and we're talking about kanji characters and radicals and whatnot. So it's interesting to see if my understanding of Japanese will help me get a better understanding of the technicalities and how Japanese represents things and meaning and clarification in writing. Because in English, it is possible, I think, to slowly elevate the boundary, but not so much that it becomes a barrier, because obviously it's been tanking in order to accommodate larger, like other native speakers, right? So English has largely been suppressed to a point where I think nowadays it may lead to deductive reasoning issues, or not issues, but under practice, right? You have an article, someone says, young people always do this one life hack to stay happy. What the heck is a young person? What the heck is a young person? What the heck constitutes as a life hack? And how do you measure happiness? And you might be thinking, well, you can't measure any of those things. However, in English, one requires an explicit descriptor to minimize misinformation, right? To be more informative. English has gone to be compressed largely in a manner that when someone says something, at least to me, my ears hear, I just walked away with 60 more questions than I got answers, right? Even to a person who's trying to sell me something. Like I know even less, or I have been stimulated to have even more concerns than before I met the person. And that is a consequence, you know. It's one of those things you gotta look out for. It's like the whole knowing multiple languages will soon be useless because of AI and technology. Exactly. Speech, which I hear sometimes, needless to say, I personally disagree. I personally disagree too. Someone actually said this to me, Gecko. Two people. One person was presented as an open-ended question, and the other person stated it at me. So someone says, quit wasting your time. We don't need to learn languages anymore because of AI and technology, because language would be obsolete by then. Another person said, what are your thoughts about this? And my thought was, tell me when music dies and tell me when art dies. Even in the midst of the most hyper-functioning thing. Tell me when human creativity dies. And then we become robots. Then we'll truly understand what it means to be needless or useless. Tell me when people stop making stupid mistakes. Like, what I mean is, if being perfect is in vogue and it becomes the new standard of mediocrity, then individual humanity will find some way to differ, right? Humanity is a dynamic process. You are simultaneously encouraged to be consistent and also inconsistent due to human nature, right? If you're completely consistent, everything becomes normal and drab, which ultimately, in order to seek a more balanced lifestyle, you ebb and flow between discovery, consistency, discovery, consistency. You could try to live your entire life exactly the same way, perfectly prescribed for the rest of your life. Certainly there's got to be some, maybe some rare breed out there that would go from the beginning of life to the end of life. Even biologically, you can't even have that. You can try really, really hard to biologically stay static, certainly, but much like speech and everything else in terms of human expression, it ebbs and flows. Like, saying something like that, in my opinion, has very low ability to appreciate the human condition, and I would really prefer or highly encourage individuals like that to hopefully discover how happy they are, or the stuff that makes them human. Because honestly, yeah, I could kind of see someone who wants that to be a reality, and yet to drown out humanity is like, sure, sounds boring to you, but to each their own, I suppose. It's funny because if that other person says to each their own, they're expressing a human thing, a very human thing about something that is non-human. Like the very aspect of saying to each their own suggests that there's humanity in the person, if you know what I mean, right? Because if AI and technology and the singularity is a thing for intellectual creativity and consciousness, you wouldn't have to differ anymore. We could become the Borg from Star Trek. We become a hive mind. Hear me out. If it does happen, I'm okay with that. I don't mind joining the hive mind with all the capacities of human creation, I suppose. Whatever it becomes, I think humanity is beautiful, right? Hyper objectivity is getting a pushback from humanity's subjectivity at this point. I think it's coming to a breaking point. And AI and technology has really brought that to the breaking point. When you now have to answer the question, humanity preservation versus hyper-objectivity, right? And I kind of feel anxious, but also absolutely intrigued with cautious optimism of the consequences of this type of challenge, because humanity might end up celebrating. Like, people will in my opinion, human and will be humans, and they will end up championing and showing what's taken for granted. Human complexity is a beautiful thing, and squelching that with technology, it's a moderation situation. We have tasks that we want to automate, and we have tasks that we don't. And one of them is probably language and forms of expression. Forms of expression is so difficult to modernize or standardize, largely due to the inherent human condition. Unless, you do a Borg thing and assimilate everything. That's always a thing. I don't think that that's purely an English issue. It's probably more a modern society issue. At least I'm certain English is not the only language that faces what you're describing. I don't think so either, Gecko. But due to my inexperience, right? Due to my inexperience, I speak for English. Largely due to my comfortable conservative nature, that I have sufficient, at least I conservatively have sufficient experience with English and a higher level of education that requires the specific English, right? In terms of the other languages, I cannot speak upon them, but only conjecture that if human condition stays true, and language is a form of extension and expression of that, then I would say from a, I don't know, an evolutionary anthropological perspective, hand wavy words, it's probably true for other languages. However, I myself do lack the experience and comprehension of that. And I would look forward to seeing how Japanese and Chinese differ as well in terms of how they negotiate the dissemination of their information through the use of their language. In English is absolutely one that requires a level of education that I feel can be achievable with exposure. So having more maturity, as in like the content creators of today or the influencers of today or the journalism, will end up being elevated at some point because the internet is still very relatively young. When we're talking about professional writing, we're talking about professional writing that dates back 300 years, right? At least. And I'm talking about American English here. Not 300, sorry, like 200 and to give or take like 230 years. Like since then, that's the development of professional writing. So the writing that you see when you pull up a scientific article, right? When science starts to be recorded we're talking about in the concept of the modern contemporary American language. And even then, it's hard to argue because that might be also Middle English, arbitrary categorizations, right? So that type of thing would be interesting. I'm not sure if I'll ever reach that, and it's not a big deal to me. If I do, that's pretty cool, right? Have I watched Arcane? I have. It's somewhat on topic. Okay, I have watched Arcane. Let's see what Valentine cooked up for me today. Konban, Valentine-san. 友達は大阪に住んでいます。Oh, I didn't know you had. Oh, wait, did we already talk that you had a friend in Japan? I'm not sure. 大阪 something. Osaka Ben? Osaka Ben o. Oh, hanashimasu. Ah, is that how you do it? Osaka Ben. So, Kansai dialect. Kansai. That's the regional dialect name for Osaka. In the Osaka area. Let's see. Me-chan. Oh, yeah. Me-chan was the degree thing, right? The degree thing. So Me-chan, Mezuga, Me-chan. Oh, is that read with an onyomi? Or is that read as a kunyomi? So nan. It could be in nan. So it's difficult. It's really difficult kanji, I see. Kanjiya. And ana, and I can't read it. Yomi en. Interesting. Kakkoin desu yo ne. It is. HanziHero ne. Bikurishita. You were surprised? Oh, really? I didn't think you would be too surprised because it might have been brought up a couple of times. Anata wa Jungwen. I'm just kidding. How to say it? Chugoku o benkyou shimasu. Something about forget. I forgot what forget is. It's wasuru, right? No, something like that. Wasuremashita. That sounds right. Wasuremashita W. そして、oh, wait. What is that one? Ganba. Oh, sorry. I don't know why I keep saying ka. Ganbatte kudasai. Okay. So so you have a friend who uses who's either speaking the Kansai accent or even having or Kansai dialect or even using some Kansai specific dialogue. You remember Valentine, right? You've heard a bunch of Kansai dialect. In Like a Dragon, Valentine. Oh wait, do they make note of the characters being from Kansai? You at least know Majima and Saijima. They both speak with Kansai accents from time to time. Actually, Majima kind of does like a mix sometimes. He lets occasionally there are certain scenes, not like, I'm not sure about Like a Dragon 7, but in previous installments, from time to time he would let his he would go back and forth between Kansai and Kanto, and it's like a thing. It's like a really big thing. So that's how I got exposed to listening to a Kansai accent or dialect. I don't remember what they translated to in Like a Dragon games, where they refer to it as a dialect or an accent. I think it's they use dialect, the word dialect. Interesting. Yeah. It's a different take on this. So I'll explain it a little bit later, but yes. Where were we? Oh yeah, all this spawned from unit. It's yeah, Takuman's. What were you gonna say about Arcane, Gecko? About Arcane. I really like our Riot Games setting for Arcane and how they use fantasy to address a lot of that stuff. You really like it? Exciting stuff. Yeah, I like the Kansai accent. Now, hear me out here. Kansai accent is like when I hear if Blair suddenly V sees me and calls me and she talks with the Texan accent. That's what the Kansai accent is like to me. And it's pretty much because it's established by meaning and sentiment due to Like a Dragon games. Historically, it's very similar. In reality, is very similar. The relationship, like the feelings and the sentiments and the parallelisms is very similar. Where the American English that I speak, it would be fairly akin to the Kanto type of situation, and then the Kansai would be something in the South, in the United States, and I think that's very neat, and I actually think fondly of both. Although sometimes standardization makes one a little bit more boring but comforting, and then the other one more exotic, exciting, but also potentially weirder, right? So that's kind of your human emotions bags of stuff. Honestly, it would be pretty fun to talk to someone. I don't have any personal friends who have Southern accents in the United States, so I can't really just ask them to bring them on, and it's like, oh yeah, by the way, this is my friend, they're from the South and this is what that sounds like. Have like a podcast between a person from the South and myself, and then in the meantime we ask people like, which accent do you like more, or which accent, like, characterize the accent between the two people. And I have a distinct feeling, at least from a foreigner perspective, that Blair would win by a milestone. If Blair spoke with a Southern accent, there's a great heavy chance that Blair will win from a foreigner perspective. Like if we were both talking, largely due to how exotic or like how iconic it is. Meanwhile, like the North, it's Tokyo accent. It's Kanto dialect. You love Arcane, although season 2 felt just a little too fast-paced for you. Still satisfying though, and such an yes. By the way, Gecko, do you know the background behind Arcane's animation studio? That's a French animation studio, and it's very. I'm gonna tell you now. This is a generalization for animation and stuff because I quite like animation music and stuff. It is a very generalized French aesthetic at the current moment, and that it bleeds into video games. There is a French game, like a French game and a French setting game coming up soon. In the indie scene, when you see the animations, the stylization and how they layered and do that type of thing, there are very noteworthy things that identify it as a French animated studio. I think their name was Fortis. I don't know how, it's a French word. I call it Fortis, but or something like that. Wait, let me get their name first. Yeah, like maybe it's Fortiche, or like I don't know how to pronounce French words. Yeah. You don't want to spoil anything for him, but the idea of evolving beyond what we were thinking about earlier is definitely a strong theme in season 2. Yes. I'm a Star Trek fan. So, when it comes to sci-fi and all the all the infinite or fathomable experiences and questions regarding humanity and its context within the universe and human condition and stuff, over thousands of hours of Star Trek will kind of end up having a analogy to Star Trek as much as possible. The Borg thing was a Star Trek thing. It's actually one of the earliest concepts about a simulation. The Borg versus different types of simulation. Like there's also empathetic races, like things, all those like thought experiments about what happens. And also, by the way, in Star Trek, the default is a universal translator. And unlike like Arcane and the vast majority of science fiction writing that is supposed to be provocative and very entertaining, Star Trek's setting is that humans achieve utopia. So now humans are expected to come from the perspective of being one of the most advanced. And they still encounter other advanced, like different types of advancements of race, but generally speaking, instead the role is that they are discoverers and they analyze and observe the consequences of different cultural structures, which is a play on different types of humanity, right? Like a projection of how civilization could change based on tweaking certain aspects. Like, for example, those who are completely telepathic. There's an entirely empathetic race, as in a race that communicates through empathy, like telepathic empathy. And then, you have the Vulcans, obviously, the ones that they do experience emotions, but they practice years and years of expression. Fortiche is kind of a familiar cutesy way to say fort, which means strong or otherwise skilled and good at. Ooh, that's kind of cute. You did watch the 5-part making, which is great. Yeah, I love their style. Their French animation in video games, like when you get video games from French studios, you tend to get that very, there's something very bourgeois, or I don't know what word I'm looking for, but it's like I love it because it's so painterly. Like it's an element that really sticks out compared to like I don't know, your Lovecraftian. your love, your. I'm trying to think of like some other very rigorous archetypical type of depictions and stylization and whatnot, right? You also have like comic books, manga, and whatnot. Even manhwa and mangu or manwu, yeah, manwu. They vary in a very noticeable way, right? Okay, we really gotta get on our lessons. more talk in a bit. So we have inches. Oh no, is it inchi? Oh no, it's inchi. Doru. Oh, doru. Setto. I like how they're avoiding introducing more kanji. or more like hiragana or something by using three. It's funny they've used three units that are English. Actually, maybe Ko decided to use these three. This is a big brain moment, to instill the idea that English has units. They have counters, right? English do have. It's funny because I'm not sure if this is a coincidence that they ended up choosing 3 katakana egos, but like, and then the common ones. These are common colloquial ego units, right? So the one thing that someone will say, well, they're not the same because the English do not encounter phonetic changes, right? Not euphonic changes with the counter, and then the counter itself does not encounter euphonic changes. Well, it does. Inch and inches, dollar and dollars, but that's a whole different story, and we don't want to talk about that. All right, no, I don't want to hear it. Whoever, Blair, Valentine, Gecko, you're not allowed to talk about the grouping thing. Do not tell me about goose, geese, deers, syllables and syllabi. No, we're not done with that. Oh, you gotta get to sleep? Yeah, no worries. Yeah. Hopefully, I'll find something to you'll enjoy or laugh about when I finish the HanziHero introduction. Yeah, じゃあね. Joe Mama. またね. Okay, context sentences. Ooh. Oh no. Gasoline. Oh my gosh. Gasoline. Sudesh. Wait. Sudan. Oh my gosh. Gasoline. Sudando. Made. Made. Q Mairu desu. Oh my gosh. My brain is exploding. It's katakana ego. Okay. Q page o hiraite kudasai. Okay, that's fine. That's just pagey. Kono. Oh, I gotta get used to this. This typeset is a little less. So kono. Kono. Iru. Wait. Iru? Oh, biru. Oh yeah, building. I'm so used to tatemono. Kono. Kono biru ni wa. Q. Floor instead of kai. Okay. Furo arimasu. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Because honestly, I probably say I probably more often now see like kono tatemono ni wa 9 階 arimasu. right? Or kukai? No, kyukai. Kyukai arimasu. Or kukai. I actually don't know. Oh, we didn't go to 9th floor yet. Is it ku or q? It's q, probably, because it might get confused with something else. I'm thinking like something like Hon, the character Kon in Chinese. All right, that's 9. So we just need to know 9 because they're related. Yeah, looks like it. All right, and then we finally got Yama. The kanji is composed of one radical, yes. The mountain radical and the mountain kanji are the same. Huzzah. So what is our sun? Oh, Fuji-san. Fuji-san is easy. You know, right? Fuji-san. Yeah, they use the classical Fuji-san. Think about mountains talking to each other. Oh. Yeah, that's kind of cute. Everest-san talking to Fuji-san, calling each other by their names and adding the Japanese name ender san to each of their names. Hello, Everest-san. Oh, hi, Fuji-san. That's kind of cute, actually. Be sure to imagine this vividly. The most absurdly you can imagine it, the more likely you are able to remember the reading sun. The more elaborate, I'm more saying the more elaborate it is, right? It doesn't have to be absurd, but being lavish about it is also relatively safe way. But absurdity does go a long way. Like right now, if you drew Mount Everest like as a Cthulhu mountain, you know, if you turn here's my thing. If you turn the Yama upside down, it looks like Cthulhu's tentacles. I'm just saying. Just thought I'd throw that in there. Not that it's involved in anything. Cthulhu is gigantic, so Cthulhu could be as big as Mount Everest, you know, if they wanted to be. Interesting. They went with Kokonotsu. Kokonotsu first. Kokonotsu. The vocabulary is composed of one kanji, 9. That's the combination. Alright, yes. Right. Numerical. This word follows the number of things pattern where there's a kanji for a number plus tsu on the end. Whenever you see this, you know the word means some things. Blank things. Knowing that as long as you know the kanji, which you do, you can figure out what number of things it is. For this one, it's the kanji for Q plus tsu. So this is 9 things. Interesting. So the read would be kokonotsu, right?
Kokonotsu.
Right. Kokonotsu. Since all of the number of things words all follow the same pattern, number plus tsu, you really just have to remember the part before the tsu, and then remember that the tsu is in all of these. All of the readings are the kunyomi readings, which means we'll have to use a mnemonic to remember them. You know the onyomi reading of the kanji portion, ku and kyu. Wait. But that still works, so oh, and then this is kunyo. Oh, I get it. Yeah, kokono is kunyomi reading. What thing do you have 9 of? The 9 things you have are coconuts. Coconuts. 9 coconuts, huh? Is there anything else that starts with kokono? Alright. What do you have 9 things of? These 9 coconuts, of course. These 9 coconuts. As you can guess from the spelling, coconuts are not coconuts. Think of them as fake coconuts. Imagine yourself juggling 9 coconuts in the air. Try counting them as you do, arriving at 9 things. Then arrange them in a square on the ground. 3 coconuts by 3 coconuts. Now you should remember how to read kokonotsu. Hey, it works. 9 coconuts, 3 by 3. It does help that the last game I played was Like a Dragon 8, like involving Japanese, and we can imagine ourselves collecting 9 coconuts and arranging them on the beach in Hawaii. All right. We have coconuts and coconuts no. Oh yeah, because it can be preceding and after. Yes. I mean, word combinations. Oh. Coconuts. Coconuts ne? Is this shita? Maybe. It might be a different read though. Coconuts shita and coconuts ue. Maybe. Coconuts kurai. Kurai. That's fine. Oh, or so. Ooh. That's something I haven't encountered yet actually. Use a name and or so, like interpret it that way. I would say something like it's around there, it's about there. But seeing it written like this, 9 or so, makes me think. Kono, oh no, kono area. Oh my gosh, area instead of like tokoro or like basho or something dokoro, something like that. Kono area ni kokonotsu no yama yama ga aru. Okay, fair enough. Donuts. Okay, donutsu. I'll take that though. Donutsu. Yeah, so all the words that I have not encountered a Japanese version of them, it still reads really well. However, the words that have Japanese like equivalents or like something, they get lost by the wayside because Duo don't use them too often interchangeably anymore. So things like aria, I've never heard. Like no, but it makes sense. But donatsu is donatsu. Donatsu o kokonotsu moratta. Morau. So past tense. Moratta. Let's see. 3人? No, wait. Yeah. So maybe like 3人しかいないのに Interesting. しかいないのに大きいね大きいベッド Oh yeah, ベッド is a common one too. ベッド7のつもolder. Wait, is that da or ba? Oh yeah, da. Older shite shimatta. Older. Older is a new one. I don't know how common that is. Accidentally. Where does the How does the accidentally work? Okay. Shimatta. Maybe the shite part? No, but that's the act of... I mean, well, it's a different type of learning, so we're no longer like concerned with that type of thing in the WaniKani sphere. We'll do that in other types of activities, so don't worry about that. All right, quiz time. Uh, San. Fuji-san. Wait. Vocabulary reading. Okay. Wait. Wait. I should have reviewed. What? Wait. I know it's Q, but what was the... Is it because they didn't write anything for... They didn't write any mnemonics? Yeah, it's probably because they didn't write any mnemonics. Right? Well, there wasn't a new story or there wasn't anything for Q. They just said Q is Q. That's probably the lack of something problem. Actually, let me see. Did they write anything? Oh no, they didn't write anything. Okay, that's probably. I was looking for a new mnemonic. We could create a new mnemonic for it though. Sometimes it's fun to create mnemonics to separate vocabulary. So the vocabulary gets one too. My potato soup came out really good. Very nice. Hooray! We did it! Oh, interesting. All right. Here we are. 2 vocabulary words in. All right, so we got close to 2 hours. Actually, now we have to write. Let's do some refreshers. So, more or less, now how do we arrange this? So, we could compress and just go like, so like 1, 2, 3, 3. I skip to 7. Right, 7. 8. 9. Oh, that's what's important about Q. It's not ku, right? They're not looking for ku. Their examples that they have are Q. That's the difference between the kanji entry and the vocabulary entry. Q and then kokono. But not ku. They did not give an example of ku yet. Which ku would be like maybe kuji or something. To distinguish between the entry for kanji. Ju. Jujo. And what do we have? We have enter someone. So let's say enter stage from the left is enter a person happens to be Joanne. 晚上好，早。So happens to be Joanne with a big person who's missing a toe. Or it could be from the car. Same toe. Happens to be a construction worker. Oh. And beautiful lips. Ko. Oh, I lost my I lost the there's a broken string. So let's say it was a lot of fun. The car, right? The car was found originally from the Kawa, drifting down from the Yama to which belongs to a construction worker / farmhand. Oh, who has wonderful lips. Ko. Is that it? Oh, that's it. I think. That's all we have. Let's see. Check, 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 check. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh, I forgot about strength. Ko is strong. Dang it. Oops. No. So Riku and Doku. And so I keep getting Doku or Riku. Okay. And yes. Not too many. Not too many things. So that's another variation, right? Cole got that power. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, Ko got that power. Secretly, and secretly, Ko might be number 2. Oh, this could get dark. Like it could be a murder mystery. Like Ko could be number 2, and Joanne could be number 1. Oh no! Then we have a murder mystery on our hands because 2 shot 1. The way you write the lines, the bow radical, isn't it? The bow radical? The bow radical, isn't it? The bow. Which one's the bow? Oh, they're XD. The lines. Oh, these things? The way I write. The way you write the line. Which type of lines, Blair? You gotta help me out. These are arrows, if you're talking about these. The only icon that I can think of that you might be referring to are these. But other than that, I don't know. This one's a little aggressive, but it's a lot slighter. I don't, sometimes I lift towards the angle, or it's my next stroke. So that might be a... Anyways, yeah, murder mystery on our hands, and it's over fish. It's probably a murder mystery about fish and a car and cookies and cucumbers. It's over a dispute about fish and cookies and cucumbers, and maybe a very, very expensive cross filled with jewels. So there's a heist involved as well. Somebody write this novella. Yeah, right now you can probably connect all of these into a single series, right? Number 3, so let's fill this in, right? Ko, the construction worker, was disguised as Santa-san when they went to steal a jewel cross, right? So we check, and then Santa-san, while they were stealing, had something to do with cookies, right? Because Santa-san, you know. And then fish, she was murdered. Joanne was murdered when she went out to get fish, to buy fish, right? Specifically 8 fish to put in the hatch, right? 7. However, there might be a reason that Ko ended up unaliving Joanne because she cheated. And there we go. There we go. We've completed. So now we can erase all of this, and we've connected all the mnemonics together. For if I was faster at typing, I would just type as you talk. It wrote itself, I swear. Yeah, that's basically it, right? Now we have the full story connecting all the kanji. Oh, what does the arrows mean? It's a leap of logic. So arrows are, for me, arrows I use as my shorthand for a leap of logic. Which, the leap of logic deals with mnemonics, right? Mnemonics. Yeah, so here, WaniKani works with mnemonic creation, right? XT. So WaniKani does mnemonic creation. That's one of their things. But hear me out, right? Like I said about Duolingo, most of the time, the mnemonics is only as useful as if you are actively involved in the mnemonics. So at first, when someone provides a mnemonic, it's really interesting. If it's not interesting, you have to make it interesting, right? Otherwise, the mnemonic fails. However, if a mnemonic is interesting or not interesting, you can develop it into your own. So at the end of each session, I'm basically creating a different arrangement of things for fun, just for fun. Like, what I mean is, this is not what I'm going to recall tomorrow because I'm going to be practicing the mnemonics today. What I'm doing is I'm having fun constructing and relating things over and over again because it reinforces memories and it does other things so that I can mess around. It's kind of like creating a sentence, right? If you're expressing something, if you're creating a story and whatnot, all the components reinforce the mnemonics. You're using mnemonics in different orders and whatnot. I'm basically scrambling these things as we're going. And in the future, I don't have to cover everything. But right now, it's it's limited. So in order to keep myself from like jumping ahead or being anxious or something, I'm spending some time laying down the grounds of a routine that I'm going to go through to reinforce stuff. Don't mind me just rewatching the VOD to give you a short story. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, so that's basically what I'm doing right now. This is the routine that I think we're gonna do to carry forward. And this is creating mnemonics on top of mnemonics. And now I'm shorthanding everything. So at some point all these arrows become faster. And at some point I might not even use the mnemonics that they originally had. It won't necessarily be the same exact mnemonics when I move forward. And there's a chance that I end up dropping some of the mnemonics because it becomes very efficient. But the idea is this is fun and I'm engaged in it. So from day to day, my frequency of errors would go down substantially, largely because for my preferences, I like to do things same. What was that saying? Same. How did the hand work? Like same but different, right? I need to get the hand motion down. I forgot what the hand motion. Wait. Hold up. We're doing the same but different thing. I know like someone. Oh, they point to the ground. Okay. So the motion is same but different, right? We're doing same but different all the time. That is the idea. Like writing, like right now I'm writing kanji, but hear me out again. A lot of people would say writing kanji is a waste of time. We're going to be talking about this very, very soon because HanziHero, the one of the developers, have a very specific commentary that I want to address. Writing is possibly a waste of time because everyone types and stuff, but you see, when I'm writing kanji, I'm telling a story. So when I write the kanji, I'm rekindling mnemonics. So the time that you spend writing or thinking about a mnemonic, you could also couple it with writing. The time you think about a mnemonic, you can also couple it with visualizing a kanji or something. These are the ideas where you compress all the activities and you enrich the process. So meanwhile, a lot of people like to compartmentalize these. Like, oh, you have to do writing at a different time than you're doing speaking or whatnot. It could be holistically complementary to each other, as opposed to making a list of something that is less useful or more useful, making one useless and one more valuable. In my opinion, that stunts my creative process, right? So it is kind of ironic. We're going to switch gears now because we're going to introduce our next thing, which is HanziHero. So let's close this off. This is what we're going to do. We're going to have fun about it. So for now, WaniKani, I haven't decided if I want to do something before each WaniKani session. It takes me about a month to 2 months to decide if I want to do like some sort of summary thing. Like maybe I'll create a mnemonic on the spot in the beginning of a stream and at the end of a WaniKani stream, so that when people are watching this video or something in the future, they can just look at the beginning for a summary and like an impact summary, and then go to the end and it's like, oh yeah, this is some of the stuff that would be fun and entertaining. Because the stuff in the middle, for myself, even for my past sub, it's my notes are in the beginning and at the end of every Duolingo session, right? Most of the time it's in the beginning and then only the end of every third day of Duolingo, unless I'm doing reviews for like a big write-up progress report, which we're doing right now. It's always beginning and end. And this was my this was my attempt to make something that's long format, but also in the future, I will find some way to automate the chapters. So beginning summary, end summary, that's it. And then WaniKani, this is, a development in the process. These are how you go about VOD changing and whatnot, at least in my opinion. So that's what I'm doing at the end of each WaniKani session. We're doing these, now they're no longer constructs in the same way that Duolingo's construct is, which Duolingo's construct is based on prompts, right? They're based on sentence prompts. That's how I negotiate the arrows. That's what the arrows stand for. The relationship of the prompts, the short sentences that Duolingo have, that's how they're connected. They're connected. The arrows represent the mnemonic that co-wrote, the developer of WaniKani, the main primary writer of WaniKani. These arrows represent that connection. And it's that connection that you have to remember already. So now the idea is that I don't verbatim write these. I should know these already, these connections. And these connections now at the end represents my mnemonic with Ko's mnemonic. And the idea now is that these arrows gain more and more meaning that connects these. And they can be connected in different ways. Like, how do you make a sentence with, you don't necessarily have to make a sentence in this order. You don't have to talk about things in this order. Tomorrow we'll switch it up, because since I know these characters, right? And you need to practice fundamentals. Learning them a different way is productive. Constantly reinforcing the same things you already know, waiting for new things. Yeah, you can skip ahead if you want. Although WaniKani's design, you can't skip ahead. So instead of trying to say, oh yeah, I already know this, let's just go as fast as possible, I'm using my time to enjoy what Ko has created, right? What Ko has written. And it creates a value to my time. And it also gives me a little bit of nostalgia, because this is what it felt like. Actually, this isn't not even close to what it felt like the first day of Duolingo. First day of Duolingo is like, you just threw a lot of things at me and I'm figuring it out. That's awesome. And this is a different feeling. But I'm no longer a from zero Japanese language learner. So this is my take. And I already summarized this in day one of WaniKani. This is what the experience is for me, not from zero. In my opinion, if I was from zero, this experience would look a very lot different, because I wouldn't already be using this technique, or like my personal curated technique because of Duolingo. I'm bringing most of my strategies or stuff that helps me retain Duolingo stuff into WaniKani, right? That's my take on most things. If you're developing skills and you're learning methods, you don't start over from zero. You constantly start from the position you are at. If it's a different tool and the tool does it differently, it doesn't mean you can't do the things you've done before because the tool doesn't do it. You can totally do it wherever you are. That's the idea of being an experienced, competent learner, right? And I wanted to emphasize this quite a lot, largely due to the nature that when I see learners, I don't necessarily see active learners. I see passive learners. Passive learners as in, oh no, this tool doesn't do this. Now I gotta go look for another tool to do this. And in before, you have used so many tools that you no longer have any innate problem solving or critical thinking or transferable skills between tools anymore. So what does that mean? It means it leads to the normalization of thinking you're not creative anymore. Because you don't have to create anything. Like, it's a chicken or the egg question a lot of times for people who don't, in my opinion, who believe they're not creative. One of the things is it's a chicken or the egg because they have to believe they're not creative or normalize that they don't have to create anything to kind of accept or or kind of believe that to be true. And I want to dispel that. You little goobers and your brains are very creative. Unfortunately, it also starts with being creative, right? Like, one has to normalize once again to create. And as hard as this might sound, when you were a little kid, you had to create all the time. Like, you had to create associations and whatnot on the fly all the time because there wasn't anything that you could say. You couldn't convince yourself you were anything yet until you start gathering enough data and making associations and stuff. And this kind of brings back some of that stuff, right? At least that's how I think about it. If you look at something, what is your propensity to look up the answer right away, right? If you make an error, what is your propensity to have something passively tell you what it is? It's great for time and efficiency when you need time and efficiency. There's also times to be able to prep yourself and make yourself be an active learner and active problem solver, because there are situations that it's probably going to be a little hard to believe given the state of the internet, but there are situations that no matter how much research you have, or no matter how many people share their anecdotes online, it will not necessarily prepare you for the rigors of specific events that happen in your life, right? Because the permutation of all your events in your life will be astronomically highly improbable that someone shares the exact same situation that you have. Or maybe it does. Technology has broken barriers before. Maybe one day there's a piece of technology that will normalize how to recover from experiencing one's own frustration or nihilism. Maybe. I don't. At the moment, though, at least in my lifetime, I don't think there will be an answer to like nihilism, boredom, existential crises, things that humans encounter quite a lot. And creating things of your own kind of addresses a lot of that. Like, for example, someone who tries to fix a birdhouse and they decided, you know what, today I'm just gonna wing it, and it turned out all right. And then you ask that person, how do you feel about your birdhouse? So they probably feel really great about it because they're proud of themselves for doing something unaided. Not that it's the most pragmatic or most efficient and most elegant way of doing it, but it was something that they did, and it's a different type of reward system. So hopefully that kind of gives an idea of, hey, I'm looking at Zhao's meaning question, what's the meaning of the arrow? I wanted a deeper level of what the arrow means. That's what the arrows mean to me on like a really, really higher layered abstraction way. The arrows are a piece of me in my memory of these characters that are assimilating and collecting Ko's work as well. So those arrows are soon to be a representation of my sentimentalism and my memory of my WaniKani experience and my Duolingo experience, and pretty much all the experiences of creative writing that I have up to this life, up to this current point in my life. It makes things so much valuable, at least in my opinion, sentimentally, right? And that is kind of the thing that the creative process may help other people as well. And you can't define that. It's very difficult to define that for another person. So try it out. I honestly do believe in this process, the process of being interested in your everyday life and your everyday things. It might not be necessary if you're really happy already and you're very fulfilled and already active. For those who aren't, this is a low risk way of practicing ownership and control of your memory. So when like WaniKani, right? Eventually I have to think about a situation where WaniKani is not going to be there, right? So if I am doing what Ko is also doing for me, at some point I won't need WaniKani. However, I'll continue to use WaniKani because it helps build me up. But I don't need WaniKani. The difference between dependency and independence. When someone says, "Oh, that's okay, I'll just pull up Google Translate," it's like, yeah, that's pragmatic. It's very useful. Or you could try to do it and you kind of goof and it's a little bit. Does that mean more to you? For me, sometimes yes, sometimes no. And the idea is you have the option of both, not one or the other. So then when one fails to provide satisfaction, you have other options. And that's great. Even the rare kanji character has its uses. That's the analogy I'm going to go with right now. Like, you have lots of things, but one day, maybe you're just excited and you decided to use a different word, right? Being efficient and hyper pragmatic largely is antagonistic to that. So when you're asking yourself, are you memorable to other people? Well, you're largely memorable due to your slight eccentricities. We're not talking about being like an incredibly flamboyant person. There are idiosyncrasies for every rich human person, enough with age that they're identifiable, unless you choose not to be identifiable, which is a life choice. This, at the end of my stream, is going to be identifiable to me. If someone hears me how I laid out this story, I'm willing to bet you 80% odds against you that someone who's using WaniKani for 8 days did not do this in this exact order and in this exact explainer. And that is a hallmark of suggesting something that I can add to my own personal memory, right? It's very liberating. And I hope I'm able to encourage others to do so as well. Create something, you gain ownership of it. It's amazing. It's fun. Even if it's iterative. I get tired of other individuals like shortchanging how, oh, if it's mostly inspired by someone, then there's no part of the creator in that stuff. That's how human progress works, you know? That's how history propels forward. It is iterating and building, and not all things are leaps and bounds on top of other things. And that's my segue to HanziHero, which we'll transition to now, right? Yes, this is a total setup for my transition to HanziHero. The segue of iterative design and creative process on top of existing standards that's been tested for a couple years, right? WaniKani has been around is going into its 14th year. And with that, I wanted to say thanks for hanging out, thanks for chilling for the WaniKani portion, for those who are only interested in WaniKani. And if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu, right? So to WaniKani enthusiasts, mata ne, ja ne, I'll be back tomorrow. And then, Duolingo needs to somehow I'm working out the schedule. Time is kind of tight. So we're working around stuff for now. Before I go to HanziHero, I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break, right? Bathroom break, hydration, stretch a little bit, and then we're gonna do our introduction. And that involves a lot of talking. Sorry, that's kind of what I do. All right, so let me do just that. Thank you again. All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 1 of our newest project. 欢迎大家回来. So I've been thinking about this for quite some time. much like our previous session right before this was WaniKani, right? At first, I thought maybe I'll stagger this a little further apart, like I did for Duolingo. However, this is starting something that fills a specific void in my collection of I guess language learning supplemental tools, right? Tool sets. So like WaniKani, after some great deliberation and a lot of things that I'm gonna go into the cover, like why now, why here, and why this. This is as good of a time as any, so to speak. All right, so let's do our usual things so I can normalize my thoughts, because I didn't think I was going to do this so soon. There is a silver lining to it. Because it's so soon, some of the ideas and stuff that comes from WaniKani's introduction will make for a great segue. So, to start, I like everyone to know that I do this at the beginning of every project, and then when projects go a specific length of time, I will do progress reports, and it is in the form of this format. I usually call the starting of things the opening opinions. I like the idea of constituting them as opinions, largely to the nature that when I start something, it's more, there are a lot of, right, you can get informed decisions, educated decisions. Ultimately, though, they are opinions. They're not even anecdotes. And a lot of the stuff that I talk about is conjecture based on experiences that I'm bringing in. So they're either things that have already happened, so non-negotiable facts, and then the opinion side of things is my interpretation and the things that help me ground all my decisions, right? This is something I actually do very, very quickly. However, I'm doing this for posterity and an illustration of how my decision making works. When someone asks me, how do I, for example, make a decision and be so comfortably tell the other person, I do things because I know I will end up enjoying and or liking them, largely due to the nature that I make my decisions based on what I understand about myself to increase the odds. However, lots of the other things, it's a very well developed decision made with both objective and subjective factors, right? Oftentimes when people try to make decisions, they can be very well thought out, but also incredibly rigid and restrictive, while the opposite is also true. Some people make decisions very rapidly and quickly, and often they're incredibly varied, as in spontaneous decision making is very varied and inconsistent in their results, largely due to the limited time frame they can make an educated one. And then there's the entire polar opposite, where it involves hyperobjectivity. So hyperobjectivity ends up leading to very consistent decision making, but that decision making, in my opinion, is a double edge. It creates consistency. However, it does not create variability, a sufficient variability for someone to naturally and consistently enjoy what they choose. Cue the person that always eats the same sandwich at, I don't know, their favorite place, right? And to me, doing these exercises allows me to be both somewhat spontaneous and also somewhat calculated. And it's not comprehensive. That's why these are opinions and generalizations. Opinions end up being generalized, right? So HanziHero, we do our objective side of things first. So we tend to start section 1 tend to be what is my relationship, right? What do I know or XP with HanziHero, right? We're just gonna abbreviate it HH, HanziHero. So HH, right? What are my knowledge and experience, right? This usually involves things like the devs, what devs have publicly stated, the things I observe, right? I observed as an outsider, and so on. We won't go in too much. These are things you can access. You are able to access yourself even prior to investing. Then more nitty-gritty stuff. We have to go over my experience, my current Chinese knowledge. We're not going to use Mandarin because there's a very specific point that I'm using the word Chinese instead of Mandarin. We'll get into that a little bit, slightly. So my current Chinese knowledge, so that involves my experiences. So Duolingo Chinese. We'll do a quick summary of Duolingo Chinese, the current state, which goes into my review. So I've already done some of this in prep of my review. That's why this is a very ideal situation to add something else along with WaniKani to the Chinese instead. And I think that's good. Oh, and then largely people will ask this too, my monetary investment, right? My monetary investment, which I think this would be a great way to segue into the second stuff. The second stuff, where are we going to take this? What do I have to address? The thinking of me, my thinking brain is, we typically go with something that's factual, things that have happened or is known, so they're pretty agreeable. Then we go into more opinion pieces and objectivity in the decision making, right? So in this, the monetary investment segues really, really well into what I kind of mentioned in the Discord, the idea of the creative common zero. I don't know what you call this. Statement, proposal, something like that, right? We'll talk about this a little bit, or from what I understand. I'm not a lawyer or anything. It's a piece of mind, and I'll talk about like what I think could be potential pros and cons, which don't affect me. Like I'm more than understand what could happen and what may or may not happen, and I'm okay with it. That kind of thing, right? And this does relate to WaniKani. And I guess this is a great place where I would conjecture that integrates a bit of the developers, relating developers between WaniKani and HanziHero, or at least their design queue. It is related to this. It's a big topic that I didn't actually bring up. I forgot to bring up in WaniKani, so we'll bring it up here. Other subjective, no, like now we're going a little bit more subjective. This will probably be brought up about the devs. The devs also, there is, I'm going to say, dev activity, right? This is something that I did not take into account that too much in WaniKani's situation, largely because in the case of WaniKani, I already had experience, which is through Tofugu, because it's a long-standing thing. It's really established. The Tofugu is that community activity thing. However, in this case, this group focuses entirely on their product and a forum-based interaction. And I wanted to talk about some of the stuff and a channel. So they do have a channel. And some of the content in that channel make for some interesting takes. So I wanted to address a few, they're slightly hot takes, and why I find this interesting, and I want to see how that works out. There's also another part of the aspect of the activity is that the developers themselves present themselves as users of their own product, which is something it's very interesting, because you don't get that impression technically from WaniKani's perspective, where the developers are using their experience in order to develop a product that simulates the past and stuff that they do. So this was a very identifiable thing, right? And also in terms of development and activity, we'll somewhere go into the idea of, so are they aware of each other and whatnot. And then lastly, usually I end with like some sort of future expectations and whatnot. I think we'll talk about, because we're going to go into the whole comparison thing, the idea of established products and devs versus new devs, right? It's gonna be, there's a chance both of these topics are gonna overlap. That's what I wanted to reserve for today. All right, so let's get into it. Let's start by double checking my time frame, as in we're gonna say, hold up, let me double check. Okay, I got my time frame. All right. So, what do I know about HanziHero, right? Like, what are my experiences? Knowledge and experience. This would include vicarious experiences, right? Vicarious experiences and knowledge. I've mentioned this before. So we started WaniKani, right? And more than ever, the topic of, is there something like it for Chinese, right? In fact, that was one of the first questions that Sub-Zero asked someone who is interested in Chinese. And I technically said a lot of other things, like for reading and whatnot. I mentioned like Du Chinese and the Chairman Bao, right? For news articles and reading comprehension. However, this was brought up a while ago from someone I'm gonna refer to as Josh. They brought up that they are pretty excellent at Japanese because they are actually they're a couple, that one of the members is Japanese, right? So they learned Japanese, but they wanted to start Mandarin. And sure enough, this was first brought up that they were using a product called HanziHero. Now, during that time, it was actually a lot earlier days. It was an earlier day, and this is where we kind of get into one of the core themes of this project is much younger, right? Where WaniKani, let's just use abbreviations actually. So where WaniKani is going into its 14th year, and as well as simultaneously overlapping with Tofugu's materials and whatnot, right? That these are the individuals involved in WaniKani are also the individuals involved in Tofugu, the maintenance of Tofugu. This product, I'm gonna say 2023, okay? Sometime in 2023. Not that the product itself is in development only then, but the launch and where all the public knowledge and accessibility comes from is around 2023. So they're technically entering their second year, right? So with that said, a lot has changed in going into 2025, which I can observe. So they have made active progress in development, and that's very indicative of a young product, right? And much of it will be related to WaniKani in some way, shape, or form. And of course, it is going to be related to Anki. I forgot to write that as a topic comparison. So there is a side note for Anki, and we're going to place it here, so we won't get there yet. Okay. So for now, what do I know about the devs? Unlike my relationship with WaniKani, which I've used Tofugu's resources or blogs and whatnot for quite some time, like several, like hundreds of hours of Tofugu, I've become very familiar with WaniKani's like presence there, or like the people behind WaniKani. I've been exposed to their work quite a lot, and their writing and their philosophy. So it was a no-brainer, right? It was it's a basic extension. Like WaniKani, HanziHero was mentioned by someone I immediately resonate with, who has a distinguishingly similar personality, and we talked quite a lot, so I had this sentimental connection with it. And then people who are interested in a WaniKani-like experience for Chinese, those individuals are people who stuck with me too in language learning. So this is bolstered by vicarious interest and experience from others, much like WaniKani. And I like to think that over time, due to the similarities, a lot of notable similarities between these two products, I think the enrichment is going to be similar, the same, but different, right? The difference is that one is very young, so there's going to be a different mindset for developmental direction, which is kind of our last point, and then established. And that might change a little bit about the pre-selection of the community, but generally speaking, overall, whatever community there is here, it's obviously much smaller. They're very progressive thinking, as in very learning, educating forward in communication and design. Like, we want to learn, we want to make things better, learn, make things better, right? That still holds true. WaniKani has experience and continue to feel like that, and that is something that's very important to do. So without further ado, we've established And the two people behind it is unceremoniously named Kevin and Phil. I know. That's all you get. We have Kevin and Phil. Kevin is the predominant writer. However, they are both coders. Largely because this was spearheaded by Kevin, and Kevin is a Chinese language learner, or not, still am, and doing other things. They were infatuated or wanted to learn about. The story is very, very similar to WaniKani's story. At one point, they were very enthusiastic about learning the language, and found that there are certain things that didn't work, certain things that did work for them, and then they want to refine that and ultimately bring that experience further. And not without coincidences. They're not coincidences. I think Kevin's inspiration probably came across WaniKani at some point, and Tofugu. Not that they were learning Japanese per se. There is a chance that they might have been interested in learning Japanese, because it did sound from the responses and stuff they had considered it. They looked at Anki and all that whatnot. But WaniKani was probably one of the bigger ones, along with like HASIC memory for techniques. I've seen a lot of like buzzwords being thrown around, and it seems like Kevin has gone through the ropes. So what resonates with me about knowing Kevin and Phil is there are things that correlates, like coincidentally, with me and them, right? They sound like they were American natives. Now, I am unsure. They do not disclose what their heritage is, right? Like, so I'm not sure if they are, like myself, Asian American. However, they certainly speak as though they might be from a multicultural background. Now, not entirely sure if that's Chinese or not. Kevin was very enthusiastic, and they hail from Florida. I think they mentioned Tampa, Florida. And currently, Kevin has relocated to Taiwan for some time now. That's either sometime around that movement and stuff. Kevin was the one that was learning Chinese, went through a lot of hoops, and managed to succeed in achieving what Kevin was saying as Chinese literacy, right? And then he was like, oh yeah, let's make something for it, which I would say suspiciously is probably inspired off of things like WaniKani. In fact, he did videos addressing and contrasting between other similar approaches, and WaniKani had a dedicated video. So this is all inferred from his YouTube channel, which represents this product. And I'll go into a little bit about the content and my differing opinions on some of the takes. However, then Kevin convinced, I guess in a way, convinced Phil, his brother, to work on HanziHero, right? And continue developing HanziHero together. And according to some shares here and there, both Kevin and Phil are the testers for this product. So Kevin Kevin and Phil start coding this stuff, and then Kevin used this product to continue to reinforce as they're learning, as he's living in Taiwan, consuming products. He talked about his journey where now he's at a point where he's consuming things. Specifically, he talked about Harry Potter in Chinese. That was a very specific example, which I find incredibly endearing. The
examples that he's using represents a language learner's perspective. And developing a product by someone who's so avidly passionate about language learning gives a slight edge to the idea that there's a chance the way they approach the things may be concordant with someone who is diaspora. Like for myself, like speaking English and also them being American, that can play into a lot of cultural boundaries that may possibly exist when you're using a product that is from someone that does not share a lot of those characteristics. It's not to say that either one is more effective or not. Like in the long run, one can be just as effective or even more effective depending on expertise and whatnot. The odds are, though, when one has a lot more of that connection, the product tends to resonate with the consumer who matches that background. Not all the time, obviously. This is a generalization, but when it comes to decision making, I invest in people. So, in fact, if they were more open, Kevin is quite open. Phil doesn't really say as much, at least in my opinion. Phil answers questions, the straight guy. Kevin is quite enthusiastic, to say the least. The forum is quite active with both of them posting regularly. That's something that is a little far more difficult when you end up being well established and you have to keep up certain obligations and stuff, like WaniKani, right? Like Ko doesn't sit there and respond and avidly constantly switch designs and stuff unilaterally. They have a company, a limited liability company, actually, under Tofugu. So there's a lot of decision making and jostling and whatnot. But Kevin and Phil are a two-man team. Indie, things are made, decisions are made nearly unilaterally. So you can kind of see that enthusiasm in the early days. It almost reminds me of what I would imagine how Tofugu started, right? Possibly with the two guys now who are maintaining WaniKani. It's quite youthful. It's great. And that's why I'm more willing to invest in early projects that are they will have there is a risk involved when you're investing in something like this, because it can be on the off chance it might not turn out the way you may expect. However, all these factors are quite important. They talk about learning, they talk about pitfalls of learning and whatnot, and sure enough, they are Americans who are interested in Eastern cultures, primarily Chinese, right, of nature. And one thing that I have to highlight that really resonated with me is the last in their About Us section at the very end. At the end. And that is the encouragement of cross-cultural interest, I'm going to say. Cross-cultural interest. It was beautifully written. I think I've said this like a broken record in 30 or 40 different variations. My approach to liking things and enjoying things is often coming from a perspective of an interpersonal interaction. And interpersonal interaction could be intercultural interaction, right? The idea is the mutual exchange process, not in a simulation or an adoption process. Like, one is not attempting to assimilate someone into their fold, nor is it the other way around where that person wants to abandon and become assimilated or become adopted into something else. The idea is raising cross-cultural interest through the act of language learning and so on, right? Media and whatnot. And Taiwan is a fairly wonderful place for Kevin. And then Phil maintains the connection to stateside things. So that's kind of neat. It's a two brother team that is quite literally cross-cultural in many ways. Now, it would be really interesting to hear an interview about the things that I ask pretty much any stranger that comes into the stream. What are you interested? Why are you interested in in Mandarin, in learning the Chinese language? What is your background like, and how is that background important to you or integrated into the decision making of this? I am an ABC, right? I'm an American born Chinese. So I am cross cultural, whether I know how to read or speak Chinese. So in this case, this resonates with me a lot, right? So winner, right? This is a very important backstory when it comes to investing in things. It gives me perspective on what motivates them, or at least you could gleam on what motivates them. And this entirely is also backed by people I have come to encounter, right? People I encountered who also share interest and have used this product or have heard of this product. And so these are the established things. What else we're gonna do? My current Chinese knowledge. Okay, so now we're gonna go over my current Chinese knowledge, which is pretty quick. Current, I'm in the process of doing a 100-day day 200, right? Post day 200 review. And the review is actually going to conclude the current, I made a big deal about this yesterday, the current 2024 Duolingo Chinese course. So if this video is viewed at any time after 2024, it may not necessarily reflect what someone in 2025 may ultimately experience. It could be, it may stay the same. However, the reason of the importance of stating this is I found that in my search, like my research of looking for a companion piece for WaniKani, that some of the, at least half of the top references for advice on like evaluating apps and language learning apps are entirely disorganized and unprofessional, in my opinion, on how they handle how current their citations are. Like you have one where it would be, here's the top 10 language apps, right? And then the one that is not mentioned, or the ones that are poorly reviewed, tend to be ones that are out of place, out of time, out of place, out of time, so to speak. And one of them happens to be Duolingo, actually. So it kind of triggered my a whole thought process about how accurately am I paying attention. Like, for example, someone would say something like, oh yeah, all these tools are if you want to take Chinese seriously. And then they made like a snide remark about, oh, if you're not serious about learning Chinese, you could use Duolingo as well. That might interest you. And then it's like, here's a link to our review. When I clicked on it, it was a review of something before 2024. Largely because all the screenshots are out of date. So here's a quote unquote possibly 2024 current article, and they consider themselves as a wanting to be a resource for references for advice, and they have outdated information. And not only is it outdated information, it's an outdated information that they themselves have written, like as an organization. And that is why I want to make sure this is the case. I want to make sure that timing and posting is visible. I mean, I'm not a professional writer anymore. I don't post things professionally, and there's no monetary gain or anything in it. However, if I had a position of influence, one thing I would dramatically worry about is if my information is still true or potentially not true anymore, and I would make a disclaimer and or addendum to that and possibly even update that, especially if you're evaluating apps. I almost feel it's a bit insulting, actually, that when your writing deals with software development, that the first thing that would be prioritized wouldn't be something like the current state of the app. Like, I could understand if it was a product that is static and it doesn't update, or like developers don't exist and don't work on it actively after launch. But generally speaking, if you're a journalist that focuses on language learning and every aspect of language learning, and your topic is apps, it would be very apt that to take consideration of how current your data is. And you might be thinking, well, they probably written the dates somewhere. No, they didn't. Half of them they did not. In fact, how current modern websites work is that if there's activity on that site from the writer, it updates the time as that time, even if it's like a spell check or something. I mean, I might be a little bit exaggerating, but generally speaking, when I went to that page, it stated a 2024 date more prominently than any other date in the writing. Even the writing itself, the body of text did not distinguish dates. Like, here, check our 2022 or 2023 October 4th review of this, and it's based on this, not a current review. One of the biggest problems I had when I was deciding how I was going to start my language learning journey dealt with the idea that nearly 9 out of 10 current reviews posted about the Duolingo Japanese course was something that predated 2024, and it was a constant point of dialogue when I was using Duolingo. The idea that someone would come in and tell me their impressions and then tell me that that's the impression I will have on an outdated experience. This is the type of thing that when I make decisions, I try to practice, right? If I'm doing research, there's a difference between passively being told what is true by reading knowledge and then critically thinking and using that knowledge to integrate and interpret, you know, the stuff you're being told. So when I say I'm doing research, it would be very encouraging if one, especially me, when you're telling me you do a lot of research and you read a lot of books, to give me evidence that you are integrating that information and not regurgitating something that you see without considering all the things that you don't see or have overlooked. And one of them is recency. Recency is incredibly important. It's even more so now with the internet and the pace that information gets circulated, because old information can be recirculated nearly just as fast as new information. So, like, for example, a very slight rhetoric as an example, supplements. There are 4 or 5 supplement trends that existed 10 years ago, as in the trend disappeared 10 years ago and now it's being echoed again, and there were no additional evidence or experiments or scientific studies or anything that would constitute its resurgence, as in there hasn't been any new developments, and yet they are being championed as new information. That does happen, and it's very, very important to keep this in mind. So, a slight digression, but it did factor into all of my decision making. It's a side note. I'm not sure if I'm going to go over that again a little bit later. I think I did a lot of that yesterday when I was playing Neverwinter. Maybe I'll go into it in the future with someone else when they bring up Duolingo or something like that. So anyways, what quick Duolingo math, right? This is Duolingo math. At the time of this HanziHero start, we are at approximately 850 unique Hanzi. Okay, so there you have it, 850. And of these 850, it is used to, we're gonna say, approximately 1600 vocabulary words for those who require a more, like, I can't spell vocabulary even though I've seen it so many times, to give people our approximation. And with this, we've already noted that is 200 plus days, and I have not systematically reviewed and tested myself on my active recall in the last 100 days, right? The big review. So you can count on the idea that this is context aided recall. So these are the numbers for context aided, as in I need to hear it, I need to see it, I need to interact with something. Without proper review and recall, I can't assure myself that I am competent, like out of space, like in a creative space, to utilize all these terms and characters. That is my gold standard, and it's like used in a different way. Like if I can get 70% of what I listed here, then that is sufficient. It requires a different like level of thinking in terms of numbers, because raw recall is very different from context aided recall. So the numbers are treated differently in my head. I usually try to keep like 80% as it scales up. 80% is a good mark. It's above average. It's not reaching to the point where you're trying to push yourself to perfection or an eidetic memory situation. So much like that. And these numbers are important because WaniKani, as well as HanziHero, one of their metrics focuses their focused function is to increase these yields, these unique character recognition and vocabulary, right? It is a alternative to Anki, which we'll talk about a little bit later when we compare them. So this is where we are right now. And give an idea, it's about 3 hours a day, right? 3 hours per day, including like the long days and off days per day. So to give people my background. Now, much like Duolingo Chinese's disclaimer, my parents are Chinese, right? However, while we consume, while they consume and myself consume Mandarin, like content in Mandarin, and then like for myself, also I consume Cantonese content before I started Duolingo Chinese, and before we were doing this, well before, most of my life, we speak Fuzhou Hua, so Fujianese at home. This makes up 90% plus of my interactions with my parents. This is the primary language we speak. So, and it is entirely vocal. So HanziHero basically spends most of the time doing the thing I have no competence in, until Duolingo. So most of the metrics when it comes to this is that. Now HanziHero does add a few stipulations because it's adapting the differentiating factor between Mandarin and Japanese. So we'll go into that a little bit in the next one. And then last but not least, if any of this ever takes into account how much this is worth, right? How much is all of the stuff that I'm talking about worth to you? Like, once you think of a product, you list what you know about the developers, where they're going, you kind of observe how they interact with their consumers, right? In this case, it's two brothers, and one is very actively in dialogue. Whether what their motivations are, it's kind of sort of communicated through their behavior. So what I glean is very refreshing, it's very healthy. And then all my previous investments, Duolingo Chinese, and my parents and myself and my interactions with that language, well, how much is this worth, right? So, which the coincidences continue, right? I talked about how WaniKani has an end of year discount. So WaniKani was 250 USDs, right? And I was like, yes, like knowing what I've gotten out of Tofugu and their mission statements and things I interact with, 250, right? And HanziHero, the developers, by coincidence, they had a really fun statement about this. So much like WaniKani, probably users of WaniKani and others probably are used to this. They inquired, originally HanziHero was launched without a lifetime subscription, a lifetime license, which is what the $250 USD was. And by coincidence, their goal was to get HanziHero to a state in which they are comfortable in providing a lifetime license. And I really like that gesture. They talked about how Kevin disclosed that they get asked a lot about that when the product was launched and being edited and updated a lot. It's monthly edits, right? Monthly additions up to this from the 2023, I'm going to say mid 2023 up to this very point. So it's been nearly 2 years, if not more, since the launch. Roughly 2 years, we'll round up, 2 years of development. And they announced back in October of 2024, they are now comfortable. And what is that price? It's it's difficult to be a discounted price, but I think for transparency's sake, they were aiming at a 450 USD price. However, since it was launched recently, it was discounted to 250. You might be wondering, like, is this a ploy or something? Well, it's 350 for now, and the idea of disclosing the to 450 is that the price might snap back to 450, right? And this is at the end of the year, so this is the price I've invested on a lifetime license. And to me, you probably already know the story, 350 is worth this, in my opinion. There are other things that will factor into this, and we'll go into it later. Pretty much everything I say today in this introduction is weighing in the 350, right? Because we're talking about the decision making. What else is their structure? Their structure is it's $15 per month, so 15 USDs per month on a month schedule, and they have a $10 USD for a year per month basis. So like it would be 120 right, for the year. So if you're thinking about a $350 USD, people like lots of people like doing this math. If you buy 3 years, right? If you buy 3 years, that's 360 USDs. So one may take an objective argument and it's like, will I get a 3-year, like a really restricted objective metric? Will I get a 3 years use of HanziHero? There is a downside to this as well. Remember that these are web apps. Because of the early days, much like WaniKani, these are predominantly web apps, and web apps must be hosted. So at some point, if the guys end up hitting a very unfortunate snag, you may within the 3 years, then the product can no longer exist. So remember that I'm being very the product no longer exists, right? I'm being very clear that I'm saying this is a lifetime license. So the license is not the product itself. So if financial problems crop up or some mishandling and whatnot, the project itself and its accessibility could be terminated within the 3 years. That's the risk that you take on lifetime licenses. So I want to keep in mind that yes, lots of people will counter argue and say, well, aren't you afraid of this? And I'm like, if they fail, I don't mind knowing that $350 was given to 2 brothers who gave me the impression that they want to raise cross-cultural awareness, make Mandarin very approachable to many people. And that's beautiful because though I've talked about this when it comes to the availability of Chinese culture and the greater Chinese culture everywhere is not readily available on the internet because of many like particular isolations and geopolitics, and that was in their mission statement. It resonates with me because I really would love that these days were more peacetime universally, and that geopolitics doesn't segregate and remove people from connecting together, right? I'm more of an everyone can get along and share kind of guy versus you don't stick your nose in. This is a very contentious Chinese value system and American value system conflict of interest between my parents and I, where like there's the idea of sharing is caring and being concerned for one another's neighbor versus we can handle our business and you can handle yours, let's keep it separate mutually, right? Mutually separate. So that type of thing comes up quite a lot. And if HanziHero closed down tomorrow, that's perfectly fine. Or like not tomorrow. Let's hope that doesn't happen. But maybe like in 2 years, they're like, we can't keep this up. The servers cost too much. Not a lot of people are interested. This was brought up as well. When they announced this, they post the announcements to the forums, and someone asked if it was okay. They wanted to ask, will you be okay? Right? Daijoubu desu, right? Will you guys be okay? The reason why this was asked is because financially, whether anyone wants to subscribe or not to a product, there are hosting costs. And that is one of the toughest things about doing a product like this, right? One thing is nice to know is these guys understand their it appears that at least what Kevin introduced, they understand their financial bottom line that they require to host and then supplement all their developmental costs and whatnot. It seems like it. And the model that they have, the subscription model that they have, is parallels WaniKani. Basically, they want to give the blend of, hey, you can use our product for like a specific amount of knowledge. They said maybe 100 characters roughly. So if you learn 100 characters, that's the cutoff, as opposed to like the level, which WaniKani says if you get to level 3, which might be a very similar thing. It's relatively modeled in a business model where subscriptions form the baseline of keeping the server alive. So inherently, what I think in this case is whatever it is, my money is added to the extending the life of this product, and that's good enough for me, right? I've done, one would say, I've given more money than this in one go, out of sheer like trust that that person's life will be much better with this life. So I have no qualms with distributing and giving this money for such an effort, right? So there you have it. We covered the nitty-gritty numbers and whatnot, right? So now we're gonna go, this is a segue because money is involved in other things. Like me personally, what is the investment? What are things that I'm thinking about that I'm investing in, right? Because while I learned a lot about Kevin's statements and opinions and perceptions behind this product through the videos, which all of them were posted a year ago, so I'm guessing around the time that HanziHero, it was slightly post-launch of HanziHero to elevate its notoriety, kind of like doing a Duolingo thing on a very, very different scale and very, very niche focused scale. One of the fun little statements that Kevin made was they believe in the idea that do one thing and do it well kind of thing. Ironically, it's kind of very, very Chinese. If I'm not sure if they see that. So they rely on established methods, and then refining for the purpose, that functionality. And I like that. So hopefully that ends up continuing to be the case. I kind of see where if they get too much feedback and the user base ends up driving their development, it can lead early devs astray. Like in gaming, that becomes very apparent sometimes, where the developer does not balance a confidence in their own vision and then taking feedback to edit and augment their own vision. That can lead to being a yes person, where the development of the product becomes unfocused. So having a mission statement like that does breathe some interesting assurance, right? You can have a game that has lost its way because every complaint that the game has, the developer address, and then no longer that becomes the product of the developer, who is very likely to be more experienced in certain ways because they're producing the product in the first place. So in this case, it's very true, largely because the developer is likely to have the experience already, and they're building a product for people who want to have the experience. So when people give feedbacks, it's taken with a grain of salt, because largely the inexperience is not necessarily compensated for the competence they will eventually have. Why is that important? Because we have to talk about the next topic, which compares WaniKani with HanziHero and Anki. They represent an interesting mix of differences. The first similarity and difference, like compare and contrast, that I want to talk about is this idea of a commons a Creative Commons, I don't know what we call these. It's not a law. It's not like anything that's technically, it's like a statement. It's a Creative Commons statement. And this has been something that's become very popular. Creative Commons, like this, is somewhat of a collective, a nebulous collective, like a group of agreement, like implicit agreement. And Creative Commons statements have varying levels of varying levels of, I'm not a lawyer, by the way, or like I want to make sure okay, so not a lawyer. I don't have any lawyer friends. This is purely an outsider perspective. So that's me looking at some policies and stuff for a year, right? Over a year to see where my next projects go, right? I'm not a lawyer, but was once a professional in some way, right? Once a professional, and usually I think about these things all the time when I post things in public. How do I properly represent or adequately represent intent of the creators, the IP holders, and how does that reflect on me? I take accountability for my content or the things I say in a proper framework to the best of my ability, whether I'm doing it commercially or non-commercially. There's no restriction, there's no limitations from me. I take things professionally in the sense of professional responsibility at all times. It's one of those things. For myself, once I'm a professional, I can't go back. It's not a bottom line that I want to push. Like, I don't want to push how much I can get away with. I want to elevate how consistent I can be as a professional. So knowing about Creative Commons statements factor into a lot of things. In fact, the background music to this, to all my recent things, because I needed to consider future prospects in boosting how to fund projects for other people. Like, how do I turn something into a side passive income to elevate up? Like, how do I get resources to aid in other interest projects? I got to think about these things. So for example, this very music collection is under Creative Commons. They're in varying states. Like you have like 3 and 4 are kind of very useful, and then there's 0 or just 0. And then there are additions of, like, if it's universal, international, etc. Right? There are many versions and tiers of this. And the music that I'm using is under 4, which allows, I need attribution. However, I'm able to do something with it as long as I provide proper attribution, right? That's a very generic summary of all the terms of service and licensing stuff that I've read. But what this says is the music I'm using, I know who makes it, Kevin MacLeod, and they are a license under 4.0, Creative Commons 4.0, and that is from the YouTube's creators database of stuff. And I cross-checked it with Twitch's screening service to make sure that this person's things is registered to this person and whatnot. So that's how I came about that. And I'm going to do this for the foreseeable future because I want those people to know that at least the person like me who's using it appreciates their open contribution. This is a Creative Commons. That's the idea. I'm going to say it's a statement or pledge not necessarily a law that's enforced due to legalities and stuff. You still have your copyright and whatnot. It's more of a gesture, right? And how is this relevant to WaniKani, right? WaniKani and HanziHero. I keep writing Hanza backwards. I should really just stick to HH. They're under the attribution of 0 with a universal. So they're under CCO universe. Universal. And what this says, and I talked about my concerns about copyright infringement, like, can I really just take the Harry Potter book and start reading the Harry Potter book and showing the Harry Potter book? Probably not, because there are licensing issues, there are publication issues. Or can I listen to an audiobook of my favorite book series by like an author like John Green? No, I probably cannot. If I try to do my best to make it my own and like build upon it, I probably still can't do that in some way, because the publisher, the owners, right? The publisher and the IP creator could differ in how people interact with their content. Well, in this case, WaniKani, Tofugu handles that. Tofugu LLC, right? So it's owned and published and distributed by the people in charge. So they enact it in their terms of service. Of course, this can be changed, or I can still encounter problems, but I do not plan on, for full disclosure, I do not plan on creating a product like this. I'm actually using this product to hopefully encourage people that this stuff is very approachable and very fun, but I myself do not have an invested interest outside of literally paying for the product, right? I've paid for a lifetime license. I do not benefit, nor am I affiliated with either of these people. And Creative Commons would negotiate both ends of the thing. People do not take liability for either or, but you have to take accountability for the content you make, etc. So in Tofugu's case, they listed this transparently on their terms of service. Which, what does this imply? There is a proposed honor. I'm being a little careful because I don't know if you could just change this all of a sudden, like, because terms of service can change, like, over time and whatnot, and I don't know how that works. But for the time being, I love this gesture. It's something that's not present in black and white in the front page. You don't have to dig anywhere other than go to terms of service and look under intellectual property, right? So this is upfront center, as clear as day, unlike services that have proprietary benefits and business investments. You would have to dig. Like, for example, for Japanese, it would be some product like Bunpro. And for Chinese, it'd be something like Pleco, right? People champion all that stuff, but Pleco has publishers and whatnot. In this case, Tofugu have had this CCO universal listed and even linked directly, that they relinquish to some extent. I don't know how this language and technology, but they relinquish. That's not how you spell it, but okay. Relinquish. Relinquish. I'm gonna say copyright to some extent. Copyright of their product. Of their product to public use. So the public domain. That means and you don't require Creative Commons allow this without permission, without requiring permissions. So I'm very I have some form of peace of mind that in their mission statement, this is kind of something that tugs on my own personal heartstrings. For example, when I'm doing research, right? Research in academia, it comes with a big toll as well. When you discover something, when you do research in academia, you publish your findings and your research, and that becomes public domain. As in, the moment you publish, anyone can jump on your research, and if they have the resources, they can beat you to whatever follows after. The idea is once you publish it, it is public domain. It is accessible and available. Now, the distribution might be different. The distribution, like in a journal or something that requires a subscription, well, that is under this guise, this idea. When you contribute to the public domain, that means it's fair game for anyone else downstream to do anything about it. You're not technically able to pursue some sort of like commercial or public reparation for taking public domain knowledge, right? Once you publish it, you have received the accolade and stuff, and Creative Commons kind of reflect that. And from an education, an educator and a former scientist background in academia, I love this. This is nearly the gold standard for education. I discovered something, I want to learn something about the biological world that I can share so that everyone can take advantage of it, and whoever's brilliant enough to make it useful, by all means go right ahead. And it welcomes both the bad and the good, because some people will say, well, then people can profit off of it. It's like, yes, that is the double-edged sword, that is the human condition, right? When you publish, you let it accessible, someone could monopolize it because they added something to it that made it really great, and then it's monopolized. And then there are individuals who don't. So it's both. Both is going to happen, and that's one of the realities. So for that matter, this is a fantastic gesture that I forgot to mention about Tofugu and WaniKani, that they made a pledge, right? I'm not going to say this is because I don't know enough about laws and whatnot and rules and how infringement works, but this is a great gesture, and it speaks volumes when you write it into your TOS. You can definitely compare it. For WaniKani, look at Boompro's TOS on their site versus Tofugu's. There's a very large difference in how information is presented, right? To protect intellectual property. A very American thing to look at for myself, as I am also American. Now, how does this relate to HanziHero? Well, since it's CCO universal, I would say it's not a coincidence, which I'll discover soon enough, and we'll discover together for those who are interested, right? With me, we'll discover together the parallelisms, because HanziHero likely use the availability of this and others. Like I have a feeling Anki might also be potentially a CCO as well. So with that means the developers at HanziHero is free technically to use anything of these things as a starting place to integrate and build on. And sure enough, even on first impression, it's difficult to see the mechanical differences. The mechanical and stylistic differences. It's kind of like saying, boy, Windows, a bunch of the Windows UI assets look very eerily similar to like 2 other OS and whatnot, right? Because there are aspects, but those things require like touchy circumvention, right? Like you have to make it as a whole product, not a copyright infringement. In this case, even less so. So that bleeds into something else. So the question is, so why did I choose HanziHero as well? Because it could bring up a problem. In HanziHero's TOS, they also have a CCO universal statement or listed in it. So to me, this is one of those really, really almost endearing stories of, hey, I want to make something and I want a lot of people to enjoy it. I mean, if you're willing to help support our cost, here it is. We have to make it a model which it can at least reach our bottom line to operating costs and making this product continuing to grow. But hey, if there are other people out there that are innovating on our product, I hope, like as a forward gesture is an investment for it, right? Then what happens is you might get a product like HanziHero who honors that pledge moving forward. So if HanziHero immediately creates something that is transformative or even iterating that is well received, technically the people at Tofugu may do the same in kind, and what benefits WaniKani might end up benefiting HanziHero and vice versa. And to me, that is probably the most romantic and ideal situation that made me fall in love with academic science. The idea is you do research, you hope that you secure the minimum funding or like a sufficient funding for all your work to continue doing research. However, you publish your findings and you allow everyone else access to that. And the idea is you hope that there are less people profiteering and excluding privilege versus people who openly want to invest forward, right? And educators are like that by nature if you're into academics. So if I, for myself, am to ever produce a product that I feel is fundamental to human learning skills and whatnot, I like to hope that I give anyone the idea that they can transform it in any way they want and encourage them to do something with it. I don't want my product to, like things that I make and whatnot, to be secluded to myself because one person cannot see and develop all the things. I am not that arrogant to think that I am the source of all that is great. I want my product to be sustainable at minimum, but encourage and enable others to transform it into something else. And that something else honors where their privilege came from, right? So if one product is freely relinquished to create another product, that product then would freely relinquish to inherently influence other products. And in the long scheme of things, all the existing products would collaborate and adapt each other's, creating a new standard. That would be my idea of how formal education came to be so institutionally powerful. Yet there are trade-offs. Once an institution begins really powerful and becomes standardized, it is very, very difficult to have proper funding. Because now you have to think your investors and the people you're consuming has to also grow to proportionately support all the products. And that's the crux of the double edge. When one product becomes ultimately incredibly popular and ahead, all the other products, even the source product, will fall behind, and they will either get phased out or the people stop supporting it. And you hear that a lot, right? And largely that's why I'm a very avid person who has counter arguments to people who go around saying things like, well, this isn't better than this, so this is practically useless. There's no reason that should exist. Or this is a cookie cutter of this, so they're basically the same thing, only they change out Chinese for Japanese, right? One existed, the other existed, you don't know how they're related. If one didn't exist, did the other one exist? And do they have to compete with each other? Because if you're interested in Japanese, in this case, a Duolingo is a different case because it's compared in a different space, like to Babbel and rocket language things and whatnot. This one is, oh, well, they both exist. And then someone could come by and cheapen both of the products by saying, oh, they're just copying off of each other and lifting their context. That cheapens the product, and that hurts both products. And then when someone says something like, oh yeah, this is not as good as WaniKani, I wish HanziHero took WaniKani's approach verbatim and then not spend that. Those are the type of comparisons that I feel drives away products and people who are willingly doing this, in which the question is, if you have a complaint about WaniKani and you have a complaint about HanziHero, you can do it yourself, right? Like, that's one of the attractive rebuttals that I think it's a little aggressive, and obviously it wouldn't reflect the honesty involved in making such a statement as a CCO universal thing. That's saying, I know, like for me, I'm like, this is the best I can do. Like my groups, we're always working, we're trying the best. However, you have a great idea, go with it. We might not always listen to you. So here you go. Here's your opportunity to make your spin on it. And sure enough, this is how I take the product that Kevin and Phil made, right? So not seeing it as providing some perspective on how I see the things I've been collecting and how I'm investing. When I'm very invested in something, I kind of interpret it and contextualize. It might sound like, oh, you're being biased and stuff. It's like, well, yes, I bought HanziHero. I would be biased at this point. I would, if I didn't buy the product, it's weird to buy it thinking it's an awful investment, right? So there you go. That's something very important. I didn't highlight that. I think one of the things that touched my inner creativity is this whole idea of Creative Commons. And I think I was made more aware of it by YouTube's initiative for music. Creative Commons music, right? And that's very beautiful. Now, I'm not speaking on behalf of like corporations and or for-profit endeavors and whatnot. That's an area that I have even less than what I'm saying about here. So I won't be comfortable in saying most of that stuff. There you have it. That's a very important part. Let's see what else we have. Oh, my conjectures, right. So, a little bit on a side note, right? A little bit of a side note. Here's to illustrate something that happens in real time. So, I do think Anki is also under somewhat of a CCO universal. So, that gives it a lot of credibility as well. I didn't actually look. The reason why I think it probably is recently The original launch product of HanziHero had their SRS. You can run the parallels, so I don't have to really describe HanziHero if you know WaniKani. I will describe some of the differences in a later section. HanziHero, for the most part, is SRS with mnemonics, right? Mnemonics. How they go about that mnemonics can be used to differentiate, right? Because I like the sentimental aspect of mnemonics. Mnemonics is the creative process. In fact, what am I paying for? For example, a large bulk of the mechanical cost, like what I mean by mechanical, I mean objective, like the content cost. This is someone who's hyper objective, who only thinks about decision making based on what they're buying, like the literal thing they're buying. It's probably the mnemonics. That's it. Because largely whatever the SRS thing is being done is achievable by Anki. Only now Anki has the full flexibility of having a non-standardized user-based content. So it's very important to say non-standardized because there isn't any standards for the user decks. It's by word of mouth, whoever is more whoever is more popular and whatnot, right? It's user-based content. So that user-based content is Anki's gold mine. And there are others too. There are others, not just Anki, where you create your own mnemonics and then they synthesize the flashcards and whatnot, and you can create your own type. We'll get into more of that in a little bit. So the mechanical value, you could say that $350 USD that I paid for, if I were someone who is more of the common day consumer, the idea is they would largely ask themselves, 90% of their buying power is, what is the content I'm buying? And to me, sentimentally, that represents a lot of value. However, the sentiments is that, yes, of course, and it's totally worth, like, because I'm not creating this content, right? The mechanical thing does factor into all the costs, but that tends to be negated by someone. For me, this mnemonics is almost like extra based on a working product too. So I don't particularly disproportionately favor content cost. Mechanical cost has a maintenance cost as well, right? We already mentioned like hosting and whatnot. So how does Anki fit into this? Because their SRS, originally they released a different type of SRS algorithm, and it led to some feedback that I honestly think it's more of a normalized behavior kind of thing as opposed to anything else. However, Anki has a very popular SRS system, and I don't know, it's like SM2 or something, or we're just gonna call it SM2. I don't remember what the designation for it is. So before, at this present time, so in 2025, it was like late last year, they integrated this SM2 to replace their existing SRS. So in a way, HanziHero is an extension of Anki, and I'm actually willing to say that, and it's not verbatim because SM2 it's a SRS algorithm, so you can modify and tweak it over time. So the developer can end up forking away from SM2 by curating and layering on top of accessibility, which will come up in a bit because I already looked at the accessibility stuff that HanziHero has, and it's far more than WaniKani. Those are two different approaches, though. I'm not saying bad or worse. WaniKani is likely to have some variant fork of SM2 because Anki's SRS system predates a lot of things. So they might have a modified version, right? And the reason I'm saying this is I can't tell yet because I am not a coder, and also I have not pragmatically used anything based or related to the SM2 or whatever the core SRS algorithm Anki. Duolingo does not operate in that. It's static. Duolingo is a prescribed formal education based static thing. There's no dynamic adaptation or anything going on. So it is actually very comfortable because I was a product of a formal education. However, both WaniKani and HanziHero probably have some CCO interaction with Anki. So in a way, I'm taking like addressing a lot of birds with one stone, so to speak. One of the things, the most common comment that I have a lot of times is, why don't you use Anki? Right? Anki this, Anki that, right? And my thought was, it's missing a component. Anki is missing a component. What is that component? It's missing a human touch. And yes, you can download decks that have a human touch because the deck builders are people, so they will arrange the deck or whatso by priority. But when I say human touch, I'm not talking about a hyper-objective, pragmatic, hyper-objective, distilled, pragmatic approach. As in, like, here are all the words you need. Here's the common definitions and stuff. This is very pragmatic and mechanical. I'm talking about sentimental stuff. And the reason for that is some people would say, well, if you use Anki, you'll be fast, right? You'll be faster than others. And I would disagree because you don't know me. What happens is if I use Anki, I would have to generate, I would make these cards because I need my memory and stuff to have a human touch. So if I download someone else's, right, sure, they might write something and whatnot, but it's unadulterated and hyper objective. From my perspective of decks and the Anki community, it's hyper aggressively objective. It's performance based. Each card is almost interchangeable between decks. It's the collection of the decks and the volume of distilled objective efficiency that distinguishes between them, but that's not a human distinction. So WaniKani has mnemonics. HanziHero has mnemonics. Now, mnemonics could be mechanical, could be very distilled mechanically, or it could be what Ko is writing and what Kevin is writing in HanziHero. I am purchasing a human touch. So now I can finally address something that a lot of people asked, why I did not use Anki to begin Japanese learning, and why did I choose Duolingo over it. Duolingo has some projection of personality. That is at the expense of pure objective speed, right? Unadulterated speed, as efficiency as possible. It's kind of like looking at a minimalistic car versus an ornate car that has stickers all over it or something. It's not necessary. You can trim all the fat, right? And you can get a super hyper efficient supercar with one color and one frame. So making Anki card is way more effective than using other cards. It is more effective. However, the appearance of efficiency is not the case. Like, what I mean is, it's very difficult to say if it's truly more effective when you consider the time investment. So we might all, in practice, you might end up getting to the same place. So it's neither extraordinarily more effective, nor is it extraordinarily more efficient. It's very difficult to ascertain. I think the comment that I'm making now is that you don't know because of the person's background, right? If a person refuses to be creative, then making cards is less effective than someone that makes it for you. It's kind of like saying making your own sub emotes is always going to be more effective than not making your own sub emotes and paying someone who likes to make sub emotes, right? The end goal, or like the people who focus, like how they say more effective, is how quickly, it's nebulous, but it's also how quickly you achieve that goal. If everyone agrees on fluency and stuff, like how many words you get, it's not quite clear. And the idea for me is that it is not clear either way. Therefore, you can choose to do these things. You can choose, like my method, to create sentimentalism through mnemonics by creating your own deck, adding your human touch. Make the active process of making things you need to learn and want to learn part of you, right? I'm using WaniKani today, and I still continue to effectively make those mnemonics mine. That's the idea. It is there to inspire you. Now, is it worth the time? I think a vast majority of people who talks about efficacy and performance would say no, actually, because largely they would try to factor in the things they don't want to do. As in, if you're saying making your own cards, a lot of people just don't want to make their own cards. Someone who wants to make their cards, of course it's going to be more effective because they want to make the cards. Now, you could prescribe and try to encourage them to make their cards. That would be something that I would try to encourage and suggest, and then find out between the balance of willingness, motivation, and barriers versus efficiency and objectivity. So if someone finds that they like to make cards and didn't know they like to make cards, that's a plus. If they find that they not only didn't want to make cards, they hate making cards after trying it, it is not more effective, right, for that person. So my offer, my touch here is, when someone said why I didn't use Anki, and now why am I using WaniKani? Yeah, because it costs a large amount of time. But for me, that amount of time is part of my learning. I love the idea of making my own cards. And what it's going to do is it probably ends up getting me to the place that I want to be just as much as the next person not doing that. The idea is you know what you want, right? So I answer that, or attempt to try to answer that. I am going to use Anki at some point, and it is for this very point. It's going to be in 2026 though, probably. And that's we're doing the immersion. Anki is going to be for immersion, which for me, I'm creating game specific Anki decks. And the games I'm going to be doing is I take screenshots and I draw on specific screenshots. Like, it's going to be from the game itself. And the things I read, the newspapers I interact with, those are going to be my Anki things when I'm farming for stuff, because the human touch, Anki presents a platform that's flexible enough for me to do that. This is where HanziHero and WaniKani trades off. So on the continuum of flexibility and customization, WaniKani, just considering these three only, there are so many others, but the three that are relevant to me right now, WaniKani is on the least flexible side, HanziHero is in the middle, And at the other end is Anki. So, for my appropriateness, I want a human touch. I would pay for a human touch because human touches inspire me to do things that I don't normally do. I am an inexperienced language learner using an automatic SRS system, right? This is my first introduction to a modernization that I don't use myself ever. So all three of these products are very important to my language learning tool set or skill building. I don't actually know what a quote unquote in dynamic SRS is. SRS had been more of a natural SRS, like rotations, correcting, creating a curriculum that is static, but it promotes the active correcting on your own, like you're actively doing the SRS. So now, on these experiences, WaniKani and HanziHero will present an ideal case for me to test what it's like if I completely trust an algorithm to maintain my, so I'm not going to alter this. In Duolingo, I came up with a 3-day cycle for every unit and a 6-day cycle for active recall. Those are the things I do because I went through school. I went through universities. I had to come up with my own lesson plans on top of a teacher's one-size-fits-all model, right? That's the restrictive nature of formal education. WaniKani is the closest of the implementation of this. WaniKani is sticking to their guns. In their flexibility, the most you can do is change the batch size, right? They're saying we honor the idea that we trust whatever algorithm we have curated and stick to that, right? And that's awesome because it's different. It's different. So WaniKani will give me a close experience of downloading a random stranger's deck in Anki. Only in WaniKani's case, I know that they have made years of content towards Japanese, right? And I may not ever require to need flexibility or change things because they have lots of experience. That's the human touch I pay for. HanziHero is new, so it's relatively new, and the way how open and frantic a little bit and constantly updating, that's the element of a new developer, someone who is much more flexible. So their functionality, they've added a lot of functionality. You can change your amount of lessons each day, how many words each day. So in the feedback forum, it's hyperactive. Like when someone suggests a new idea, they're like, oh, hey, what are your ideas? Like, oh, okay, I can see. How about, what do you guys think if I did it this way and what I did this way? Kevin is like always back and forth. And I really love that. That is the quintessential early days of developments and still the enthusiasm of the youthful faculty, right? Like if you go into a school, for example, for science, you're gonna see a behavioral difference due to like societal pressures and everything and career oriented and then like career life stuff. The young faculty is the one that will be hyper, like noticeably more enthusiastic, and they are constantly being at the edge of things. You know, there's no established identity yet. There's no like inherent specialization yet to some extent compared to the senior faculty, the well-established people who have done it. So this is that case, and the flexibility is like that. So am I going to take advantage of that flexibility? Yes, I'm going to, because now we're getting closer to Anki's flexibility. Now I get to learn 100, like 80 words a day if I wanted to. I'm not sure if it goes that high. I think it was like 40. That's absurd to me. But for now, I'm going to mention this when we get into HanziHero. I'm going to leave it up to the default. so that I can get the idea. And this is kind of like a video game thing, right? Do you set it straight on hard if that's what the developer wants? Do you set it on easy? Like the default intended difficulty is usually what I play with. And then if I really, really resonate and I know that I'm not getting diminished return, I'll tweak it myself and have a go at it again. That's kind of the idea. If a developer dubs the game in 3 languages, they spent an astronomical amount of diminished return bringing that. I'm going to play that game in all 3 languages. That's how I got here, by the way. That's Like a Dragon in a nutshell. And now HanziHero offers me a slightly different take. But when I say slightly different, in principle, but it offers the world of difference in mindset and developmental objectives and flexibility. So we can compare and contrast these outside of the obvious difference. One's Japanese and one's Chinese, right? Or Chinese and Japanese. So that's what I'm looking forward to. And then in the last up to like, this is a foreshadowing of 2026. It might be the year of Anki. I don't know. Anki is the most flexible platform. There are other platforms, by the way, that use this, that help you generate like your own flashcards. They have like more bells and whistles. Like if you can't generate an image, you could get an AI, a server-side AI to generate the image for you, right? Like if you wrote down a note now, if you write down a note, they're like, hey, our AI suggests this image to be placed. So then you wouldn't have to draw the image, right? For me, if I have Anki, I'm going to either screenshot something, I'm going to draw something, I'm going to create it, I'm going to probably handwrite the notes or something. Like there are many ways to make my own cards. In fact, I would treat Anki like literally making flashcards. Flashcards are memorable not because, in my opinion, someone distilled something into an objectable paste. If their card was like an extension of themselves, like, hey, my friend lent me their deck, and their deck is full of stories about their lives, that's why they made the flashcards, that is what I'm looking for. I will pay for that. I will want to be friends with that. I will pay to be friends with that. I will spend time with this friend. WaniKani, the mnemonics, and I hope that HanziHero stays like that too. Granted, Kevin is incredibly enthusiastic about taking feedback from other people about their mnemonics. Like I've already read tons of threads about someone saying like, oh, well, I'm an old person and I don't relate to this like, or I'm younger than this. I don't relate to like SpongeBob SquarePants or like Harry Potter and stuff. That's going to be something that's, you know, a compromise when it comes to intellectual property and the human touch, right? If I don't particularly gravitate towards a product that is a skeleton that even the users themselves are so hyper objective that they no longer express anything about themselves. I invest in people once again. Most of my time is to get closer to people. So whatever I do, I'm not necessarily being alone. I didn't choose to stream learning a language because I wanted to study alone or be alone, right? I'm a collector of experiences. So Anki doesn't get me closer to that. Now, there are other ways to impart sentimentalism. You could learn more about yourself, right? However, WaniKani and HanziHero doesn't need to do that, so I don't have to do that. When I play video games, I do that because they're single-player games. So how would I share that experience? And Anki is the same. When I use that platform, I'm going to demonstrate what it's like to make cards that are meaningful to me, not have someone else tell me what is meaningful or useful, it could be a great starting place. I think Anki is a great starting place for flashcards, as Duolingo is a starting place for language learning in general. So that might tick some people off, that might trigger some people, but you have to understand, in my opinion, flashcards are far more adulterated by the human touch than the mechanical aspect and the digitized hyper-objective product that is the platform Anki. Right? Your notes, it's kind of like taking a lab notebook, like for example, TAing in a lab station, a lab section, and I would have to evaluate people's lab notebooks or their lab reports, right? There's one person who's absolutely pristine, no typographical errors, but it's literally verbatim from the source. So they distilled everything so mechanically from the source, and it's like, yeah, you get 10 out of 10. Sure, like, you've done the task. I didn't learn anything about the student. I mean, most of the stuff is stuff that I've already written down, so it looks like the student's really good at memorizing that stuff. That's good. They'll get good grades and whatnot. And another person, like, everything is in their words. In fact, they even pointed out things that were confusing to them, and that led to some errors, and that means that my English, like my presentation and stuff, was at fault, right? Like, it's teaching me something about myself and about that student. Wow, this student really took their time to think about how they might have made it different and how it interacts with the source material, which the source was me, right? That is a very different type of thinking. And generally speaking, ideally that's what like lab reports and taking notes and stuff was supposed to encourage. It was supposed to, in my opinion, ideally encourage people to write notes in their own words, being able to summarize and paraphrase in a manner that adds the human touch for them, right? And Anki, ironically, or maybe unintentionally, I don't know, Anki doesn't have feelings. It's a flexible program, and then the deck makers, unfortunately or unintentionally, made it so that Japanese is some grind. I'm saying Anki in Japanese because Anki in Chinese is a little less so often, but the vast majority of people who use Anki in Japanese is devoid of sentimentalism. It's a thing that you have to do, that you kind of may not even enjoy doing. And then occasionally you have those people who say, I love grinding my Anki deck, and yet they use the word grinding. They keep hyper focusing on how much time it takes to review their Anki decks. When you're having fun and it's incredibly sentimental to you, your only complaint is, man, time flies too much, and I just can't quit doing that. It's a very different thing. So when I'm doing Anki, I don't want to feel like that. When I log into WaniKani every day, I look forward to when I unlock things, because I want to hear what Ko has to say about those characters. I already know those characters. For example, right? When you play a video game and you play like another first-person shooter, do you go and tell yourself, I already know how to do this? Well, actually, a lot of people do actually do that. Like skipping the tutorial and like only playing games within their fundamental understanding. They don't have, like, in my opinion, you don't have an incentive to discover new things. So play something that is like 80 to 90% your wheelhouse, and then hope that the other 10% doesn't trigger you, because you have to adapt to someone else's vision of the product. So WaniKani is, I'm going to say like 60-40. 60-40 from Anki. And in terms of HanziHero, I have yet to determine. Like, how much of personality does HanziHero have to a skeleton of a utility, and then the droning and the possible very impersonal and lackluster grind behavior of people I've met. Like, I can't tell you how I can count the number of times someone tells me that there's something interesting in their Anki deck. Like, I ask every day. I try to ask every day, like, hey, how was your day, Jiao? Did you do something interesting? Or like when someone says, oh, I just studied Japanese. Ooh, did you learn something interesting? Like, or anything like involving in Japanese? It's like, no, I just went through my Anki deck. I'm like, okay, but I still don't know what that is like. Right? Meanwhile, I'm here like complaining and having a 2-hour discussion of how Duolingo weirdly translated this English sentence with 2 other people who don't even use Duolingo. Right? And I'm not saying it's a great use of time or an efficient use of time or more efficient use of time or more practical use of time. The idea is I love doing it. Time becomes almost not sufficient, as opposed to time becoming an impediment on your health. Like, man, oh, I still got 100 reviews to do today. Oh, I should have covered like kanji characters 700 to 1,000 by today, or something like that. Personal opinions. These are hot takes. If I like the journey far more than where the journey takes me. If you're resonating with this idea, then every moment is maximized. Like, I try to make every moment, the things I choose to do, to be really enjoyable to me. If you're a person who says if you're having fun, then you're not taking it seriously, by all means, hit up Anki, drill your 2000 kanji, drill them until the point where you go to someone like me and say, well, if you don't drill them like with 2000, how could you be satisfied with Japanese learning language? And then I would say, it's because I have fun. Right? It's kind of a long story. Anyways, there we are. I somehow pigeonholed Anki into all this. But really, the take-home message is the CCO universal. In all 3 cases, I'm pretty sure the 3 are fine to stream, right? Because they're largely, quote-unquote, closest thing to open source as you can probably get without literally being open source. As in, there's a pledge and honor to not pursue copyright infringement, even though I have no plans of making my own like instructional material or something. No plans at the moment. I don't know if anyone would ever take someone who isn't a linguist nor a polyglot as a first pick for making instructional material on learning languages. I can see myself writing like an anecdotal story blog or a book about being comfortable with progress and developing life skills or something. And I would say language learning would be adjacent to the maintenance of life skills. Other than that, yeah, technicalities, semantics, knowledge base, and that type of thing. I think in terms of mental health nowadays, it's among the top 5, maybe even second to brain rot for people's health. Like, if we're really concerning the mental health of sustainability, right? Things that are being reinforced heavily that are non-sustainable across someone's life. Next to brain rot, in my opinion, in the top 110 is semantic knowledge, hyperobjectivity. As in, everything you do in life is measured by some sort of metric that allows you to compare yourself to someone else. That's like the opposite of brain rot, where now you're hyper concerned about all your performance metrics towards the next person who could be a banana tree and you're like, I don't know, a pineapple tree, and you're trying to compare yourself to them so rigidly without considering the value of sentimentalism and your emotional intelligence and health in mind, right? To the point where you select your friends based on metrics. You think that sounds like a dystopian future, but it's happening right now in the present time. It might not be seen like that, but personally, I think that's what it seems like. Like, for example, what kind of friend do you make when you're playing a competitive shooter? Likely, most people would say they would like a friend that's actually good at the game. What happens when that friend is not as good as the game and they were falling off? They would likely not be friends anymore. Now, what are likely friends? People of similar skill level in a video game. What kind of people usually hang around me when it comes to language learning for a very consistently long time? Those who don't value something as being more competent as being the most valuable thing, because I don't value that as well, right? So metrics, the hyper-objectivity of things, is second to the sustainability of people's lives in like mental health, in my opinion. So you want everyone to always be metrically comparable to you and not below you or vastly above you, because somehow that measures the person's value to you. It's not what that person, you can learn from that person, or what that other person who's above you can learn from you, right? In a mutual exchange. I could know a lot of English, but I wouldn't say I'm somehow not able to be your friend if your English is worse, right? That's so dissonant from language learning in general. And I want to say that my experience is largely due to bad actors, or due to minor vocal minorities. I actually think when I go to someone, I want to let them know that I'm their friend, or I want to treat them like a human being in competence, not solely based on a singular skill set that we use every day. Like, oh, your English is, not as great, and that's the reason why you should be apprehensive and don't want to talk. So you should talk more. If you feel insecure, like, I want you to talk more. Like, I need to understand your English. Like, teach me. Like, tell me, explain to me how I can better communicate with you, right? That's a difference in mentality than you're not good enough to be my friend. I would say not a lot of people voice it in that way, but they behave like that way. You learn a method to motivate yourself. First, record what you can do each day. Excellent. Then don't overestimate your productive time. Just plan simple tasks daily. Interesting. You tried that to learn driver manual today? Aw. I just had 1 hour productive time, actually. 1 hour is more than 0. Now, I like to believe that's a great starting place, and I hope you continue to develop your method, motivate yourself, Jiao. Don't stop there. Keep going, right? Tweak your method and continue to elaborate on it. If it's efficacious, see if you can squeeze a little bit more out, a little bit more out each day, like slow progress. And sometimes, if a tweak reduces it, you can always slightly go back, right, to a previous version, right? I'm making it sound like computer science, but that's kind of how I think about things too when it comes to like micromanaging and editing a workflow, if you will. Forming habits, making habits and micro adjustments in habits. It's kind of like a workflow. It's a simulation, right? You create a workflow, you test your model, you simulate it over a specific amount of time, and then you iterate on it, and then iterate on it, and you continue to iterate on it, and then eventually you'll develop a module that can then take in other different types of inputs and then produce different types of outputs, and then you'll have multimodal, or aka multiple habits, right, that you can build a framework around to introduce any type of skill on top of that, or any type of lifestyle, or attempt to anyways, to develop a multimodal approach to addressing various things like boredom and lack of motivation or something like that, right? Anyways, what else did I get over this? I think I covered a lot of this. Yes, except one little thing or one big thing that I want to talk about, which is the content hot takes. The content hot takes. Oh, I used the wrong color. That's fine. It's okay. This was supposed to be green, but that's fine. So I want to address some things that is fairly interesting to me, to demonstrate that I don't necessarily have to invest in products that I disagree with, right? There's learning potential in disagreement. So Kevin also writes a lot of content for HanziHero, which is public, by the way. It's on their channel. It's under HanziHero. So it's a product placement, right? Product placement. And there are quite a lot of things that I basically concede or compromise to accepting. There is one topic, or maybe a behavioralism. A lot of times, there's a lot of content there from a year ago, and I think it was like back to back or in a very small amount of time due to the launch, right? I'm guessing the timing was like post-launch of HanziHero, because it alludes to their product maybe addressing or championing this aspect. So there are some that are agreeable. I'll mention some of these. The format is very similar to your traditional, I don't even know if I would say this, not traditional, but industrial approach to information, maybe like opinions. I personally do not consider them as factual because I have disagreements with it. I think their opinions largely due to the idea that there are facts. However, the interpretation can be incomplete. And that interpretation is largely because of the limitation of human experience. However, it's very concise, succinct, and clear. That's the industrial approach. So what does an industrial approach look like? Something like never make this mistake. Or things like top 5 mistakes preventing X, right? So that's kind of the video quality nature of Kevin's videos. And I was like, but I mean, I'm already kind of drawn in the mission statement and all that stuff. So I'm kind of curious how they spin this, right? This is industrial formatting titling, which is very sufficient and pragmatic way of getting people to click on your your video, which then would lead to publicity for HanziHero. Now, I talked about this already about professionalism and holding accountability for your hyperbolic claims, right? Or your overgeneralization and how you reflect and draw product comparisons and whatnot. And in the Kevin's content stuff, they also say like, what's the difference between WaniKani, right? WaniKani and HanziHero, for example, and largely it's modest, right? A lot of the quote unquote adjustments are from that flexibility perspective, right? So you can modify your workload and whatnot. That is a quote unquote difference. There are far more similarities in philosophy and building and foundation than differences. So you highlight the differences. Thanks, please, Mitchell. So we've already covered flexibility, largely due to like you can affect the lesson plan and whatnot and tweak it to some extent, and we may or may not use it. I'm gonna use the default settings for a fixed amount of time, like maybe 2 months or 3 months, right? So that is one difference. And then to me, I'm gonna generalize a little bit. Obviously, one's Japanese and one's Chinese. That was like a duh moment for him, right? It's like a little bit of humor. However, some of the differences that he cite in design is actually related to the differences in Japanese. And that's like how the mnemonics, I can't spell mnemonics. Is there a P? I don't think there's a P. There's an M, right? I should really learn how to spell mnemonics. Wait. Hold up. I don't know how to spell mnemonics. Oh, it's M before N. Sorry. Okay. We really need to practice our English spelling. Another one of my many native deficiencies, right? Alright. So the difference is the mnemonics design. So like a subtle difference would be they advertise that the mnemonics will combine the read with the meaning and possibly the words. And that works well because Chinese typically have unique reads. Now, by design, WaniKani decides to partition the reads stuff away from like other components, largely due to the nature that Japanese is more inclined to have multiple reads, right? Lots of multiple reads. So that kind of thing, it is one of the differentiating factors, but it's kind of a chicken or the egg thing. Is this an adaptation for Chinese, or is the product, is this a novel thing? Because if you use the WaniKani approach, that could be overlapping. It could be redundant, right? And being more streamlined, you could streamline this process due to one of the distinguishing factors between Japanese and Chinese. So that's great that adjustments are being made for that, right? Oops. What was another order? So there's this idea of order of learning. And for the record, this was asked in an early question when I first logged in, like to purchase the license and whatnot. And there's an adjustment order to like learning position, like where you are in your learning journey. So they have this idea that there's a particular curated order in which it adapts, offers an adaptation to where you are in your learning journey. I myself by default said I don't know, basically unsure. So from a 0 perspective, right? That's for the record, so that I'll probably reiterate this stuff. So there is some more flexibility in that case. WaniKani also suggests something, but it's a prescribed order. Hence the flexibility thing and the trust me. There's more trust in WaniKani, largely because WaniKani has lots and lots of experience with this. So there's more confidence, or maybe one or the other. And then more flexibility is geared towards a newer product, being more and more flexible, largely due to needing refinement and iteration, right? And more user input. So development is a very heavily user input influence on HanziHero side versus WaniKani at this point. Outside of content, we're not specifically referring to content, but the mechanics. One thing is, I don't typically agree with this type of salesmanship. I actually watched every single video that Kevin posted. And one thing that I have concerns about for myself personally, like a differing in things, is generalizations, the use of hypergeneralizations. So oftentimes, the idea of Chinese, like acquiring Chinese literacy, is constantly comparing, or frequently, we'll say frequently, is comparing what English doesn't have. Or it's juxtaposed to English a lot of times. And to me, I already made a little slight comment when we were using WaniKani, but this is what he thinks English doesn't have. Which is perfectly valid, I think, because the video gives me the impression that he's talking anecdotally. He's talking about his experience. Occasionally, it does sound like they're generalizations. And a lot of the generalizations I beg to differ, largely because I think even anecdotally I could refute his claims. However, it comes from a very instructional, concise narrative to advertise what his visions are with HanziHero. So, for example, what's a interesting one? The complete description of the Maryland. Now I can't even spell Maryland. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Maryland method, and how they're adjusting the Maryland Marilyn Monroe method, to presenting pinyin, right? A pinyin system. And when they were presenting this, they were comparing it to English, right? They talk about, and it's really interesting that it was a huge pure coincidence that this was brought up, because I went on arguably a nearly, one would say, almost the contradiction of this. But hear me out. I think they are both mutually valid interpretations, because we're focusing on different aspects of language learning, right? So, or different interpretations of the mechanics. I still agree with this to some extent. They're talking. the person was talking about the frequency and how to represent and why Maryland method works. And one of the things that he was talking about was like, unlike English, right? Oftentimes it's always contrast with English. That English's alphabet system, for example, is phonetic. And one of the draws of HanziHero is they're trying to do the construction work with the characters, right? The Hanzi characters. And this is where it differentiates, right? Because they were elevating why is it important for characters to learn how to listen, represent the phonetics, and learn the sound, and or read the characters, specifically listen and read being very important, and speaking being very important, but not necessarily writing. So not writing, which is a contentious point that I have, largely because of probably people who've been around me for some time. The idea is Kevin, in my opinion, has a habit of cherry picking and highlighting a characteristic of a language when both of them are important for their respective languages. For example, the alphabet is actually not phonetic. It is in sometimes it's an approximation, but it is not phonetic. Like when you write A, it's not phonetic. For example. However, they're trying to generalize the idea that when you read a character, it's not the same as looking at A. Like, well, yes, true. However, it is very parallel to looking at ant, like the character itself. So I've made these analogies by coincidence for a while now, where much like how I draw the parallelisms between Chinese and English is there is the alphabet, sure, and then there is pinyin, like using Maryland's method, and you can construct with that and it'll be great. So in my opinion is analogous to the alphabet portion of English. This is very hot topic. I know most people might not even agree with me or whatnot, but if you're trying to draw generalizations, it's not to highlight the absence of something, but to demonstrate their roles in their respective languages, right? The characters, the Hanzi serves as a retention of specific type of information, but when the characters are placed together, they then have an emergent property, right? Like if you know one character and then you put them together, they develop into the meanings are kind of there. So that's what he was highlighting. However, he was comparing it to the idea that the alphabet does not carry that, right? Obviously, when you put A and N and T together, like A, so what they ascribed it to was phonetics, as opposed to A, N, and T are three symbols, right? Three things, and A doesn't have any inherent meaning, N doesn't have any inherent meaning, and T doesn't have any inherent meaning. So when you put them together and you say, oh, there's A, there's N, and there's T, then this word must mean this. That I agree with. Whether they are phonetic or not, they're not phonetic. A, N, and T, in my opinion, it's loosely phonetic. Like, you can kind of say that's ant if you knew N, T, right? If you kind of. But I totally get his point, though. His point is still very valid in that same video. The idea is there are like very loose generalizations here and there that, in my opinion, can draw a lot of discomfort and concern from a developer's perspective. Like if you're following a product that someone is frequently, constantly overgeneralizing, you start, in my opinion, I start to lose confidence in that person, largely in the sense that there's a lot of hand waving, and then there's a lot of associations. In this case, this association is like negligible, right? It does impact that developer's vision. Konnichiwa, Baker. 今日は元気です。Baker-san wa? What? So here, I'm okay with this in the long run because it's negligible, but it is a talking point. You are creating a product that deals with language learning. Overgeneralization can be seen as a reflection of the person's character and vision, right? So that might be something. And then there was another contentious video that said writing, it was titled something like "Writing is Useless." めちゃ元気。Oh, そうですか? I'm glad to hear you're doing very well. すごい。すごいです。So in character writing, when they're saying writing, they evaluated it solely in isolation, right? This is one of the problems. This is, in my opinion, one of the concerns that I have when you have like a tier list, right? They would do like a tier list and they're like, okay, so first comes like, I don't know which order it was because I have a bias towards not ordering these. Like, so, listening, then speaking, then reading, and then last is writing. And the video was titled something like "Writing was useless," as in it's pretty much useless. And they tried to qualify it, right? They try to qualify that stuff, and it was a great video because they even conceded that, oh yeah, I'm one of those who also write, and then they can aid in memory, right? In memory. But the whole time it was framed in a roundabout a way, in my opinion, to compensate for the idea that HanziHero does not have writing. And so does WaniKani. WaniKani, that is also true about WaniKani. It does not have writing in it. Do I separate writing just because someone else believes writing is not important? No. I actually have plenty of dynamic uses where writing induces listening and reading. When you write something, it doesn't have to be segregated from these disciplines. So a lot of active listening and speaking can be integrated to reading and writing and reading can coincide with listening and speaking. I feel like this type of compartmentalization diminishes the advantages of cross-modal interactions. That's a thing, by the way, cross-modal interactions. And it's kind of the hallmark of holistic approaches, which is like if a word elicits more senses, be it writing, tactility, visualizing the writing of the kanji, all those things are synergistic with each other. So when you compartmentally generalize like something based on its parts, it's very HanziHero. It's very mechanical, right? HanziHero tries to adulterate, deconstruct all the components, so you remember a lot less parts, right? You try to create all the overlapping and grouping, so instead of seeing like 11,000 separate parts, you see like 100 parts. That is great because you're organizing it. And then when you construct to a higher level, when you're doing the higher level, these things are not separate, in my opinion. Like when you're writing, you're not simply writing and not hearing the sound And when you're writing, you're not simply saying they're not trying to voice it. Like for me, when I write, I'm voicing something. When I'm writing, I'm imagining something. These things are not solely distinguishable from each other. So, yes, we will never know. Might not never know because Kevin likes writing. But to be real, saying words like useless and creating tiers and overgeneralizing how compartmentalized things are is a very mechanical and objective way to look at things. However, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to keep in mind HanziHero probably lacks writing because Kevin believes that. So we have to keep that in mind, right? It's not right or wrong. It's not efficacy versus not efficacy. The idea is I need to understand the product. And that's one of the things that I respectfully differ quite a lot. Largely because I don't see Kevin as someone who partakes in using other manner of writing outside of the pragmatic use of learning a language, right? And that's fair enough. That's the limitation of having a small dev group, right? When you think about larger dev groups like Duolingo, you're going to have nearly eerie consistency to its detriment, right? When someone says, oh, every language is like kind of structured the same way and whatnot, it's like because all the people work on refining a singular product. It is a representation of a large effort, while someone like this in a smaller project is unilateral decision making. So it might be far more eccentric, and that eccentricity comes through on the presentation of what the developer says, and that leads to professional liabilities, right? I'm willing to invest in early passion projects and whatnot, largely because it goes to a great place and it has high potential. It also comes with high risks, which involves overgeneralization, overselling, overhyping, maybe narrow vision, and then lack of professional feedback with other people. We're not talking about consumer feedback here. Consumer feedback is very, very a different source of feedback, like colleagues and other professional designers, right? Which brings me to a point. I'm kind of curious if the WaniKani team ever speaks to the HanziHero team, or like the Anki team ever speaks to the other type of teams. But generally speaking, there is a limitation to one's vision, and that's what you schedule your tattoo. Nice. You changed it from a hassle to ooh, how long does that take? 1 month. January 4th. Wow, watashi no Anjobi. Oh, hey, your birthday is. Wait, happy birthday. Sorry that I missed your birthday. Your birthday was 3 days ago. Yeah. Omedetou. It sounds. What topic am I speaking on today? I'm introducing a new project, and I usually talk about stuff before in my decision making and stuff that I know before I go into it. So, okay. So I know I screwed up the color scheme, but whatever was in blue, right? Whatever was in blue, whatever was in green, I wrote in blue. So I guess we're gonna write this in green. And this is the very last thing. This is the very last thing. I talked about this a little bit of I already spoke on this a little bit. And the reason, this is one of the bigger reasons that I like investing in or like trying different products, right? Oh, you scheduled it on your birthday. The tattoo is supposed to be about 18 hours total. You schedule it on your birthday? Wait a minute. So I'm confused. So did you already have it done? Oh. Oh, so what's the date? Sorry, I thought that was the scheduled date. So when is your date for the tattoo? Sorry, I misunderstood a little bit. And lastly, I want to talk about like established versus startup. Okay, you're getting in about 2 weeks. Ooh, I can't wait. I can't wait to hear how it goes. So established versus startup, right? WaniKani is established, right? And then we have HanziHero. My artist speaks only Chinese, so it's interesting trying to communicate. Oh, that's an open opportunity there. So, for the established, oftentimes you have less fundamental changes, right? Because when they're established, their methodologies are really ironed out. It was iterated based on lots of collective data. So oftentimes then it may present as more of an inflexible product. Kind of like formal education, right? Established. And then there's a lot more faith in experience, right? So this provides... Why am I doing both of these? Well, it's great for comparative analyses between established and startup. You could even look at it from a tenure versus a junior. Tenure versus a junior perspective in like an academic standpoint, right? So well established, right? Well over 10 years of development. So there's less fundamental changes, right? Partially because the fundamentals are very ironed out, and subsequently it's a lot less flexible, largely because there has established consistency already, right? So you trust and invest in experience, which is what I have done. Now, with all that experience, I am inexperienced. So you could argue that this is, although it's another variable in my experience and how I'm gonna learn and see how it works out, it is also the standard, right? It is kind of like the controlled experience, because it's inflexible. I don't have control over it, so the experience is as much as I can experience from it. Meanwhile, HanziHero is constantly being updated. And it's very reflexive of Kevin, who has very strong passion, right? When you view the content, which is equivalent to WaniKani's Tofugu, right? Tofugu is a representation of the type of stuff, like thinking process that WaniKani has. Tofugu's articles are more about inclusion, right? Like, oh, it could be this, it could be this. Okay, here are some nuances. Here's beyond the nuances. And largely we must consider that these are stipulations. It's very pragmatically safe type of writing. There's no like, this is the best thing since sliced bread, that kind of thing, right? It's there is a consistency in how matured the writing is. Meanwhile, in the side of Kevin is kind of hyperbolic. There's quite a lot of hyperbolic but passionate, so very emotional content or emotional language. And for me, I'm attracted to that too. I mean, the stuff that I say is sometimes very neutral, but there are times that I'm very hyperbolic. for humor, for entertainment. So what does that mean? I can do both, right? Moderation is my favorite source of life spice. So it's great to have a product by convenience, or by coincidence. Sorry, not by convenience. By coincidence and convenience, actually. And convenience. That you have a product that is representative of a young, passionate person who is constantly adjusting to feedback, viewer feedback, or consumer feedback, and as well as potentially sometimes experience feedback. But I think most of the concerns tend to come from a learning feedback, as opposed to like someone dropping in, like for example, a WaniKani dev dropping in or something. I'm curious what they're going to be. It's going to be like moving forward, largely due to the nature of being a small group and possibly not interacting with other groups at the time. So much of the content feels a lot like commentary, which makes sense, as opposed to thought analytically thought out in with multiple perspectives, for example. So you can see the passion, but also the inexperience. And that can lead to can lead to chance taking, which can result in rapidly different things. So I can already see the division already, and we're gonna look at that. And over the next at least 3 years, right? I've already made that financial investment or something to approximate. Or I'm gonna use this, and both of these products, both of these apps fill, I guess, one of the Trinity, as people will call it, right? So this is like some generalization. It's a generality. The Trinity. You have a source of vocab plus like characters, like a reinforcement, so your SRS. And then usually the other Trinity would be some form of comprehensible inputs by way of, I don't know, reading graded stuff. And then you have your source of passion, immersion ideas, right? Immersion practice. We're going to call it practice. Largely practice, but some learning. It's a lot of like mining within the framework of practice. And for me, this is going to be video games, right? This is going to be video games. Comprehensible input. We'll see where this goes, but we're gonna slowly phase in some sort of LLM. And then these two fill in the gap for the next foreseeable many years, WaniKani and H. And the goal, hopefully, is that both of these will offer different takes on this idea of SRS, which is differentiated away from Anki. And when I go to do LLM stuff and games, I will form my own, perhaps own, additional take on doing my SRS, right? So there you have it. I don't expect the first lesson to be very long. So the last time I did the WaniKani introduction, it was about 4 hours. We're at about 3 hours, which is actually it was 3 hours now that I think about it. I took like 1 hour for each section. So this is about 1 hour for each section, right? Gone through pretty good amount of stuff. I didn't mention all the things I mentioned with WaniKani. Those things hold true for the most part for HanziHero, because I am looking for something that will consistently reinforce and upkeep characters and words. I think one thing I want to mention at the end that is very important to me is my mindset has changed recently. So when it comes to my learning prospects, we are switching gears. We are at least from me, my gear is different now from the sense of getting instruction and exposure. So I'm pivoting away from this. So less instruction and exposure, and now more into shifting into puzzle solving. So what does puzzle solving mean? I must build enough puzzle pieces to solve and discover new elements of the language. So for me now, 2025 is involved in using SRS to form a larger set of puzzle pieces, right? In which when I'm missing a puzzle, I can use it to deduce or engage in active discovery. And we're going to use things like LLMs and video games to do that while spending a lot of time building up our puzzle pieces through SRS. And you might be, then there's the question of Duolingo. Well, Duolingo Chinese is, for all intents and purposes, in the same light as SRS at this point for now. In Japanese, there are still more concepts. So we'll continue to go through the Japanese course while we're having this. And the schedules are going to be a little bit more stretched out now because soon after the next couple video game projects, we're going to be doing Spanish. And Spanish will be doing the opposite. It will be focused on instructions and exposure as opposed to creating a wider net to discover things, right? I think for now, my fundamentals are sufficient in which I can try to use those fundamentals with vocabulary, with enough vocabulary base to actively at least engage in some sort of LLM practice and or consumption of video games with my native language, which is English. We're still going to use English, right? There's no hurry, and I actually think as a hot top, it's a contentious point, but I leverage my English. I still disagree, and Kevin double down on that as well, where like you must separate certain things from certain things. If you can't compartmentalize it, it undoes things, and I fervently disagree. However, we'll see if I retract that statement in the future. Tentatively, I do not see anything that is alarming to me as I'm transitioning between two different things, right? 2026 will come with different changes to how immersion is going to be done and whatnot. After 3 years, we'll see where we are. And I think 3 years is a great way to do like a somewhat of a progress report project or something. Where we haven't crossed 1 year yet, by the way. This is a way we're stretching too far. Right. Hello there, Loki. All right. So with that said, there you have it. Lots and lots of things to consider. Most of the ideas that I have shared here was maybe the last 4 days. Plenty of other things to talk about. We'll probably talk about it as we go through and look at the different features. So give me a few seconds for me to switch up my browser and stuff. There's so many open windows. Not as elegant today. I'm a little tired. Sorry. But not as elegant today. It can definitely be a little bit better. Perhaps I should have made it standalone. Yeah, I could have done a little bit better with organization. Okay. Give me a sec. I think this should do it. Okay. All right. White background, no dark theme, you know, that kind of thing. Here we are. This is not technically the front screen of HanziHero when you first log in. But when you first log in, you are asked what your proficiency is. Like, do you have previous exposure? And I already mentioned that I decided to click on 0, as in like unsure, the very top one. Let's start from the beginning, because I will probably end up picking up a lot of design cues and whatnot along the way. Again, evaluating products don't necessarily mean that it's invaluable if you already know the content. The design is very important to me as well. Is this a new thing? It's a new thing that I'm going to start doing. It's not a new thing that I just found, but it is something that was shared by someone else many months ago. And now we're starting it because it's a very appropriate time, or I find it's an opportunistic time to start it. So, with that, then after you decide on that, they describe what a general summary of what HanziHero does. So they talk about how pinyin is going to be represented, alluding to the Maryland method. And then they talk about how mnemonics work, where they want to combine the reads mnemonics to the mnemonics of the character, which that is something that's distinguishable from WaniKani, which they keep them separate. And that's pretty much it for the time being. I think that they basically covered the interface, what you're expecting as you start, right? And then this is what we see after. And you can see it's great to put announcements and curriculum updates separately. I actually think that's something that would be interesting if on WaniKani's side. However, I actually think WaniKani is such a long developed product that they probably had something similar to this, or an announcement board somewhere, or maybe in a community board. But since it's not that frequent, usually having your UI, like the actual product's UI, being clustered with this stuff can be noisy, right? And you can see the UI is actually quite different from WaniKani, with some nods on how everything is organized. The information itself that's organized is very interesting. You have like a graph instead, and you know, your extra studies, there's that distribution, character coverage. These are a lot of great stats. It's a lot more like how I would say this is in no way a reflection of their like philosophy, but WaniKani feels like Apple and this feels like Microsoft. Like one is a little bit more blocky, chunkier with more explicit information, and the other one is streamlined, right? And that comes with the maturity of the product. A long-standing product tends to be seen very streamlined. There's a lot of things working under the hood as opposed to in your face, right? In the meantime, I kind of dig this because it's different. So there are things I can draw comparisons to from a design standpoint between WaniKani as we use this. And you can see that the curriculum is updated monthly, if not weekly. So right now, Kevin, the developer who's writing most of the content collection part, have already shared that Kevin himself used HanziHero to reinforce, right? It's kind of like making your own Anki deck. Kevin is literally figuratively and literally designing his own Anki deck, right? He's improving on the SRS foundations of Anki and then imbuing his own cards by designing the mnemonics and focusing on development. And this is his passion project, which applies his learning Chinese into a working, productive content that can be sold and sustained, right? This is his Anki, but not Anki, same, but different, right? And his brother, Phil, has started learning, but I don't know how long ago that statement was made, but Phil is also using this to learn. So in itself, they are their own testers as well because they continue to use a product to reinforce. And that's neat. Their curriculum is expanding because they do both traditional and simplified. And yes, when I said traditional, they asked if you want to do the traditional course or the simplified course, and I chose the traditional course. Now, we might do both, but there's a very big question that I get asked a lot, and we're going to see if we can leverage our simplified understanding and then cover those, and then maybe go back and double up on traditional and simplified. But I am on the traditional, and you can see that it's marked with this traditional. And if you switch between the course, I'm guessing the curriculum will only highlight the updates to the simplified curriculum. And their goal was to meet about an approximate like 4,200 characters. There was a entire video on the estimation of what it takes to pass like HSK, which is around like 3,200 or something, and then they had special interest stuff. I loved his Kevin's Harry Potter analogy, where he found that it's like around 4,200 or 4,300. I'm truncating all of this very quickly, but what happens is they're trying to add all of those with mnemonics and whatnot up to that point. So we'll see where it falls off, or where and then the mnemonics are more curated and not curated, and we'll supplement, right? Because this is an ongoing product. It's actively being altered, and not a lot of people like this type of interaction. I am more used to this type of interaction. That's a personal bias. So like, for example, Duolingo stirred up a storm when the Japanese course and the Chinese course was altered after 2023, right? And when I mean stir up a storm, I think the vast majority of people didn't really mind, but the vocal minority, the serious people, I suppose, like the very passionate people, rang out very loudly that all their progress is ruined, or now I have to jump around and I don't know what I remember, what I don't remember. Personally, if you think your progress and your knowledge is locked to a tool, that is unfortunately very frustrating. I understand that. However, that's also incredibly concerning that you would need a tool to remind yourself of the progress that you've made. There are adjustments. There was a couple of adjustments during my Duolingo experience. It was not very adverse, and I've met a bunch of people who they basically started over to see where they lost, or like what they didn't learn, and etc. So you can also reset progress in both cases, actually, WaniKani and HanziHero. So anyways, there's like beta items, right? That's kind of neat. I think this is something that I'm more used to because I play a lot of indie games, and indie games get lots of updates, and then they get DLC, and it's a long going process. And I play live service games as well, so this is a very common, it's a comfortable position that I'm in. I actually look forward to how the developers actively manage this. I don't expect WaniKani to fundamentally change too many things. I could be surprised. However, being a 10+ year tenure, that's rarely the case. That's kind of like also expecting Duolingo to fundamentally shift their things. And when they did, boy howdy, it creates a cognitive and emotional disturbance, right? So that's often why lots of long established products don't make dramatic changes. As a disclaimer, do all the dramatic changes you want. I'm a person that's pro dramatic changes. Not that I'm encouraging businesses to always take that risk and that it is the best thing. It's always the best thing. It really isn't. For me though, personally, I like to, when I choose to do things, I like them to continue to change, right? Anyway, so there's a new level, like lesson skip. Thank you, Nojo. Like, there's a lot of features that basically Kevin and Phil are newer devs. They're passionate and they take a lot of feedback. And a lot of feedback leads to a lot of experimentation, a lot of changes, a lot of additions. And it's pretty cool, right? These are all the features. This is not going to replace Duolingo. No, Joe. Although we're learning Chinese right now, Duolingo will be on the side. Today, it has to be different because I'm introducing this product, so it takes like 3 to 4 hours. There was no way I was going to be able to do all 4 at the same time. But we're like switching around schedule a little bit, no joke. But Duolingo is not complete. There's over a year on the Japanese course. Chinese, though, it's personalized. It's practice. Duolingo is permanently in practice mode in Chinese because they would need to update the Chinese course in order for me to learn something from it. However, I'm still in the process of reviewing. I need to actually review all the stuff now to burn things in. So here's the thing. Now we get to know. My favorite part about this experience now as a companion thing is I get to know what kind of functionality that WaniKani decided not to have. Because in no way, in my wildest dreams, did the WaniKani devs not get asked for these features, these very same features, when they were working on WaniKani for over 10 years. So the interesting thing I can find out is I can know if these features are going to be interesting or not, or worth developing, because I would experience seeing if these are flexible enough or not. Because WaniKani doesn't have any of these things, right? The idea is when something is not there, that is not necessarily due to laziness, lack of resources. Oftentimes, it could be a curated experience, right? There's a difference between someone knowing what to do and then being a little flexible versus someone being entirely flexible because you're pandering to the person learning, right? That's kind of like the opposite of being spoiled and being disciplined, right? It's somewhere in between. So WaniKani must have struck, in my opinion, likely no, we don't really need this feature because the drawbacks outweigh the flexibility or something like that. That can very well happen. Think of it like expecting FromSoft to suddenly make a looter shooter, right? FromSoft sticks to their vision while providing player choice, but their vision comes first, and then the player choice is a compromise. So one of the very high risks of startups or like early stage projects is that there's a very possible chance that the consideration of constant changes and stuff does not create a consistency in their product, in which the quality might dip because it's too unfocused, right? We have to keep in mind there's only 2 people working on this. WaniKani, only 2 people manage that too. And that those same 2 people at WaniKani still keep up with Tofugu. So that could be a thing where like, oh, time and updates are not as frequent because they don't have dedicated developers or something like that, right? So all this is very important. So now let's get to our first 10 lessons, which, by the way, we have to look at our settings, because you can change a lot compared to WaniKani, and I think it's largely due to the feedback. In the forums, there's also a community tab for the forums, right? It's very active. There's plenty of people on it, and Kevin is a wildstorm. Like, Kevin is answering a lot of things. Very passionate person. I kind of feel the energy and the intensity from it. So you can change the lesson batch, right? That's the same thing as WaniKani, where like if you want to learn 5 at a time and then reflect 5 at a time, that's fine. It goes as much in, but then you can change the daily lesson limit. So if I put 10, I have an average of 110 reviews per day. Look, if you go up to 40 items, Jumpstart mode is either for those with lifetime or below rank 3. Once you reach rank 3, the limit was okay. That's interesting. We're gonna stick with regular because I want to see what it's like, and maybe we'll adjust in the future. And then daily word limit is like you take the limit of this, and it's limited by how many words like you are exposed to. I don't actually know. I read this at some point, because not all lessons are word lessons. Like they might be involved in like phonetics and stuff. So if you like set this to 10 and you only have 10 daily lessons, they're all going to be word lessons, for example, right? And then there's daily dictionary limit, which it's a different grouping, so that's why there's a different number for that. It belongs to a different pool, is what I read. And then we have daily review limit. When you set it for none, it's whatever the SRS suggests, right? You can put a limit on it, right? There's character unlocking. Unlock when dependent are learned. You can say unlock when are familiar. Oh, okay. So you could jumpstart unlocking, because familiar is probably not like, okay, it's good enough, you can go. And then word unlocking is set to default when familiar, which you could delay it. Word skipping, oh yeah, there's word skipping. This was a new one. Lesson orders, like review orders, you can shuffle them. You can also the item question, like it could say it, then you do it, then you hear it again, or vice versa. Like that's what you get. You get a lot of bells and whistles, right? And then female or male voice, we'll just see whatever it is. And then you have courses down here. So this is where you can switch between traditional and simplified. We're gonna stick with traditional for now and see what it's like. This will answer the question for all those people who keep asking me, well, do you plan on learning traditional? Or I like the way traditional things are. Now the question I'm asking myself now is, do I want to write the traditional characters? We'll see. So let's get back. All right, so 10 lessons. Some of these look suspiciously similar. Nanking. Okay. All right, let's go.
Hoang,
And here's one thing that WaniKani has more resource or developed for. This is, I'm pretty sure, a generated pronunciation. So much like Duolingo, it's probably generated because I can definitely hear the synthetic struggles with tone 1. Actually, less so. I think Duolingo has a more refined base, but they have multiple, right? It fluctuates because they have multiple voices. This one has one. However, you can kind of see the weakness of it, right? You can hear it. Hang on. Can I play this again? Is it this? No. I heard a slight a distortion. Yes. So anyways, Hoang, right? Hoang, companion, learn this character. Prerequisites. Here are all the sounds and components related to this character. We'll teach you the ones that you haven't learned yet alongside the characters itself. So we have skeet. So there's 2 skeet. And then they're using the Maryland method. So like Patrick Star is the P. And then English manner is how to remember. So they're going to have a mnemonic. This was said in like a starter when you're logging in, where like there's going to be a mnemonic with Patrick Star and English manner in order to remind yourself that Pung is two moons, right? Pung mates 2 ye, and then the pinyin notation would be Peng, P-E-N-G with a 2-tone, right? So how do I, so I just click on like, what is this? You still have lessons pending, okay. And then you see this design up here. It's very familiar. And then this design is also very familiar to Anki people, right? Like, and whatnot. So the overlap is largely due to what I'm saying about the, you can openly do this. It's part of one of their proposed license, quote unquote, license proposals. Okay, learn this item and its prerequisites, sure.
ong,
What the heck just happened? That was such a loud noise. Okay, so they separated and it's like right? So pung, but it's not quite there. Let me hear it again.
ong,
Yeah, ong,
ong,
ong.
ong,
So the the sound in pinging is similar to the ung sound in English. For example, the in the English word sung is quite similar, though not exactly the same. Yeah, it's but I don't know if they're normalizing for tone because it just sounds like one or neutral, right? This sound has parentheses because letters may be omitted when forming a full pinyin sound. You can omit the parentheses in your answer. This sound has parentheses because letters may be omitted. Oh, so they're talking about, oh, this might be a multi-purpose notation. I'm not familiar with this notation. I saw it, but I don't really know yet. So associations. The word English manner starts with ing. So we choose it to represent this final. However, the pronunciation is not similar at all, right? The front of the English manner has an immaculate lawn that spans acres, from which you can see the large English manor itself. The inside of the English manor has endless halls carpeted with velvet carpet, all of which have vaulted ceilings and various stairs. The basement of the English manor has a bunch of dusty statues and other valuable ancient English relics. The bathroom is larger than most people's houses and has marble floor, a sauna, multiple large bathrooms, and fountains. So, I have a feeling that many of these words have something to do with So, we'll see. Oh, wait. Do I know any of these? Floor, bathroom. No. Basement, inside. I don't know. I guess we'll see. It's characterizing an English manner, so. Here are some examples. Characters you will learn in the future. That includes the sound. Can you see how the sound fits into character pronunciation? Wording is very similar too. So, Peng, Ming, Jing, Xiang, Tu Xiang, Xiang. Can you play these?
金
Oh yeah, I can.
生
Sheng, Ming,
明生腾
Yeah, you can kind of hear a distortion, but I'm not sure if that's because of the audio quality or not. Okay. Confirmation. Here's a quick test to check if you learned it correctly. Enter the sound below to confirm you got it. Do I need parentheses? They said no. The sound was the group of letters displayed. Yeah, so we could... Do we need the hyphen? I don't know. We need the hyphen.
翁
Okay, we don't need the hyphen as well. So, Okay. So I guess let's keep going.
托托
Oh. Alright, alright. The P in the name Patrick Star is pronounced the same as his initials, so we choose Patrick Star to represent it. See, this is the SpongeBob thing that I was talking about. Whether it's relatable or not can factor in, right? Patrick Star is a character from SpongeBob SquarePants. At least they identified that. He's an obese pink starfish. Interesting. I didn't really picture a starfish. Like, what does a obese starfish look like? Huh. He's an obese pink starfish that lives under a rock. He is known for being not particularly bright and being SpongeBob's best friend. Learn more about Patrick Star. Okay, so this is probably the thing that was used to compensate for people saying, "Oh, I can't really relate to this. I don't watch SpongeBob's SquarePants." I'm kind of curious if you would get in, like, what type of copyright issues you might get into if you're constantly using topical content. In this case, maybe not so much because it's actually linked to, I'm guessing, the Wikipedia article. We won't. Well, I'll check later. Okay. And then we have Peng, Pei,
陪
Pang,
唐
Pao.
炮
Saying that's Pao, huh? Alright. I'm already seeing some things. Okay. So do I just type P then?
토,
I wonder why it's pull when it's alone like that. There's no like there's no like any like woody in this. It kind of sounds like it's taking a PO like pull. Two inside main room. This tone is a rising tone, as in it'll start low but rise to high pitch. Yeah, you can remember it as low high tone. It's like how in English you raise the pitch of your last word to indicate it's a question. Uptone. Are you ready? Ends with are you ready? Ends with a low high tone on the ready ending. Yes. Your classic description. The second or rising tone will be represented with the interior of whatever place. The second or rising tone will be represented with the interior of whatever place our mnemonic uses. Okay. This can be a living room. Oh, I see. This can be a living room at home or the main counter of a pawn shop. Anything goes, so as long as it is inside. Oh, construction blocks for mnemonics. That's interesting. Here are some of the example characters you will learn in the future. Okay. 10, 10. I don't know what this Tian is.
田,
Oh my gosh, they use tu. That tu.
图,
胡.
湖, 湖,
Why would you use this one? It's convex. That's funny. Okay. So I have to enter the sound. So do I like type? Do I need the brackets? I don't need the brackets. Okay. All right. Moon. Okay. The component has a. Okay, so the component has a slight curve to it. Yes, representing the curvature of a crescent. Yeah. Or. Yeah. Oh no. Oh yeah. Yeah. The two lines in the middle are the dark spots of craters. I see. Can you picture it? So we have some imagery. We still have the add synonyms and take notes. Right. Yep. You can see it. They're right there. Bing. Oh, that's an interesting. Huh. Way. I didn't think it was way. So wait, are we supposed to type moon here? Here's a quick enter the name, yeah. Okay. Sure.
펑,
Right, Peng. So, oh, and then these are all the components of Peng. Peng. I see. So this character is made of the following component. Can you see where they are within? Right, Peng. Two Pengs. Sound composition. The character has the following three sounds. Can you see how they combine to form the pinyin syllable? Yeah. So Patrick Star was inside the main room of the English Manor. Peng. Two. Right? Oh, written in two. That's probably what they're going for. Patrick Star is inside the English Manor, running around the velvet carpeted hallways with his two moon companions cradled in each room. I see. The manor butler stares at him, and each companion, or moon companion, with stern disapproval. Intriguing. Huh. I'm not sure about the 2 moon companions cradled in each arm at the moment.
Hoang,
Hoang. Yeah, there's some distortion. Okay. Example. Here are example vocabularies you will learn in the future that includes this character. 朋友. 朋友. 小朋友? 小朋友. Oh, wow. I didn't realize you could even do that. Interesting. I was gonna say 孩子, but it's fine. Oh, yeah. 交朋友, 女朋友, and 男朋友. Yeah, okay. Enter the pronunciation and meaning below to confirm you got it. Wait. So what, you do companion? Oh, they're separate. Pronunciation is. Oh, yeah. Like that. And then, oh, you have to get both.
Hoang,
And then companion. Okay. All right, sure. Quiz time. All right. Component name. Sound pronunciation. 2. Patrick Star. Yes, we can type just P.
토,
Oh.
ong,
Hoang.
tongue,
I wonder if they take like the other pinyin. Character meaning. Okay. They use the a visual icon as well on top of colors. Okay. And then a lesson summary. That's different. Up next, it tells you. Oh, okay. Intriguing. Next lesson batch, future lessons. Let's do more. We gotta complete all our lessons, right? Ooh. Oh, this was also addressed in their guide. I looked through their guides as well. They are for the pinyin writing, the transcription of the pinyin writing. They are doing the traditional method of writing the original pronunciation, the original like standalone pinyin, and you are responsible for the sanhu rules, like the sound, the tone changes. That is something that Duolingo decided not to do, and it led to like a whole discussion of like zhi and zhi. No, zhi and zhi. The other like 4 days ago or something, or more than 4 days ago. It's like a week ago now. So boo. Here are one of the sound components related to this character. We'll teach you ones that you haven't learned yet alongside the characters itself. Okay. Bugs Bunny. I can relate to that. Boo. No sign. Oh, the no sign. Yeah, like boo. Boo. Bugs Bunny. Ugh. Bug. I'm not. Bugs Bunny? Bugs Bunny. House. Bathroom for 4. What the heck is house supposed to mean? I don't know what that means.
부,
I'm not sure about that. sound effect for that one. It's kind of startling, actually. The "oo" sound in Pinyin is pronounced similarly to the English "poo," albeit with a shorter vowel sound. "Ooh," no, it doesn't have to be boo, like as in boo. "Ooh" is fine, in my opinion, but that's fine. The name Bugs Bunny also begins with a letter BU, so we choose him to represent this initial. Bugs Bunny is an animated cartoon bunny known for being a flippant trickster. What the heck? What are these? Flippant? Flippant?
Flippant.
Flippant. Wow. First it was well-meaning from WaniKani, and now we have flippant. Flippant trickster. He's often seen eating a carrot as I wonder if they incorporate Elmer Fudd or the other characters like Porky Pig and stuff. Here are some example characters you will learn in the future. Okay. Boo. 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 And boo.
boo,
Boo.
boo,
Boo.
boo,
Boo.
boo,
Boo. Oh yeah, that's a lot of boo. Okay. Here's a quick test. Enter. Just doing boo.
boo,
Boo. Neutral. In our modified pinyin chart, there are some syllables that have no final, which we refer to as a null final. For ease of typing, we represent it as ah. But you may in other places see it represented as yeah, that it's a symbolic part of the system and has no pronunciation. Okay. Makes sense. The null final is the most common final, so it makes sense to have it to be the most common place, a house. In our mnemonic, we'll assume the house is a freestanding house with a basement. I see. From the front, you can see the nice two-story house that seems straight out of... Oh, so they're presenting the house in which you can place the stuff in. I see. Straight out of an old East Coast American suburb, complete with a nice lawn and sidewalk. The house I live in today. And grew up in, actually. The inside of the house has a nice carpeted living room with a coffee table, TV, and couch. Check. The basement is a standard cemented floor with the various things stored down there. Okay, not the house I live in. I live in a 1.5 level house. So the lower level, there's another part to the house. And in the basement, it's more like a half basement underneath the living room. Which does have a cement floor, though. But not really for storage. The bathroom is a standard tiled bathroom with a, yeah, more or less. Here are some of the example characters you will learn in the future. That includes the sound. Can you see how the sound fits in the character's pronunciation? 1, 4, 4, 5, 7, 10. Okay. I see. Because they're all one tone. No final. They're all initials. This tone is a falling tone. You can remember it as a high-low tone. The best equivalent to English would be an emphatic statement like no. Yeah. No. Bro. Come on. If you say it slowly, you can see how you start high and low, yeah. No. No. Right. Yes. Remember the association of falling tone with the 4 bathroom. Just imagine the sound of falling water from the running bathroom sink. Oh, okay. I could kind of see that. I was trying to make like a water drop noise. Here are some example characters you will learn in the future that, okay. R 4 9 热 月 Okay. So 4. Okay. We will take this symbol to have the same meaning as a no sign. Picture a physical no sign complete with a reflective coating. Nice little detail. Great for hitting people over the head that don't follow the rules. I think someone played a few zombie games in their lifetime. Actually, I could also see this in like Asian entertainment, like a foam stop sign or something. Like a talk show thing, like a gag. Here are some example characters you will learn in the future. What do we got? No to negate. Oh, interesting. What is that? I can't. Oh, the stripe thing is going to make things a little hard to see. Bowl. 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 Bay. Oh, no. Yes, bay. Bay askew. Why? Trophy. Bay. Oh, really? Okay. The name, the no sign.
부,
Okay, Pooh. This character is made of the following component. Can you see where they are within? Okay. Oh, okay. So then that is the component. And then, right. The component doesn't have a name. And then that is the Hanzi. The pink, the red is the Hanzi. So the character pronunciation of the following 3 sounds. Can you see how they combine to form? Yes. So Bugs Bunny was in the bathroom's house. Or no, Bugs Bunny was using the house bathroom. The bathroom in the house. Of the house, because we don't want to use in the house because there's a chance that would create 2, right? So Bugs Bunny, oh no, you can do that because you can modify the subject. Bugs Bunny is in the bathroom of the house. Putting up a no sign, it reads, no hunting no hunting of rabbits allowed. Yeah, I don't know why I say allowed because I think of Elmer Fudd. Is that his name? Elmer Fudd, yes. Elmer Fudd. Then he soaks in the bathroom feeling peace because there is a no danger around here. There is no danger around it. Okay. We'll see how all this works out. Here are example vocabularies you will learn in the future that includes this character. 不用. 不用. I'm not sure. 明 不明. Oh. I don't know. This is 1, right? So it's still Huang. That's Tong, right? So 不同 and it looks like 对不起. Oh yeah, Dui is different. That's right. We're doing traditional. Dui buchi. Okay, that's traditional. I think that's our first traditional character that I'm aware of. Oh, pronunciation. So, oh,
부,
and no. Okay. Quiz time. Oops. Wait. Yeah, it just goes to quiz, right? Yeah. Component name. So no sign.
부,
Character pronunciation. So, oh.
부,
House is 4. The what? Oh, oh, house is the thing. Okay, that's right. It's the bathroom is 4. House is the Okay. Wait, is that it? Those are 10. Okay, dashboard tour. Welcome to the HanziHero dashboard. Let's do a quick tour to familiarize with you. Okay. Lessons. Click on lesson button. By default, there are 10 lessons each day. The key to progressing is to do your lessons each day. Review buttons. After you learn an item in your lesson, it'll show up in your reviews. When you have reviews waiting for you, this button will have a number and have a red color. You haven't done any lessons yet, so I have done lessons. Course progress, yes. Yeah, self-explanatory. That's it for now. That's all you need to know. We'll tell you more when you are ready. Click on the lesson button. Yeah. Oh, that should have been after. That's okay. You completed your first lesson. Be sure to sign in tomorrow to do your first review and even more lessons. There we go. Ooh. Ooh, I like this. Ooh. Oh, and then it shows you your SRS distribution. And they are less stringent on errors. Less stringent on errors. Intriguing. Neat. So is today Tuesday? Or I guess now it's Wednesday. Yep. So upcoming, I don't know when the review is upcoming. This says tomorrow, but I did this after midnight. So does that mean I have lessons? I have review tomorrow, or do I not? I didn't realize it's already midnight. Huh. I guess we'll find out. If there aren't any lessons, I'll just wait. I'll skip one day, right? Interesting. So they went with an approach where immediately you've learned two words. You learn 2 words, right? So peng and bu. And then you have ye or ye. Interesting. I'll see how this kind of works out. This takes a little bit of getting used to. Not bad, not bad. That's all we got is peng. So what? We had... How do I describe this? It's Patrick Star. Patrick Star is inside the manor. The English manor. And this was Bugs Bunny is in a bathroom of the house. Okay. That's interesting. It's very different. It's already remarkably different, largely because they are also integrating the reads into the mnemonic, right? So they're creating a structure to incorporate the mnemonics. And then the mnemonics for the vocabulary word is a little bit weak right now. So you have the components. Okay, so you have Patrick Star inside the English manor and his two and there are 2 moon companions. So 2 companions. Bugs Bunny is inside the bathroom of the house, putting up a no sign. Taking a bath because there's no danger. Fear of any danger or no danger. It's a bit elaborate, but we'll see where it goes. I haven't decided to do it this way before. This is very different. So it's very uncomfortable because it's very different. Interesting. I wonder how I can incorporate that type of thing. I haven't ever done it in a way where you summarize the components, deconstruct it even further. Huh. Yeah, very different. I like it. Something to think about. Yeah, so let's review it one more time. So Patrick is inside the English manor with two moon companions. I'm not sure about this. I gotta read this again. Hang on, let me read this again. That's not it. Sounds. Where is... I see. Patrick is inside the English manor running around the velvet with his 2, moon companions. That's a tough one. I'm not sure. It's kind of a stretch for the moon companion thing. So, I can use it up here. So, why can't I? What? Oh, I think I can't write on this. Something's preventing my extension from writing. Oh boy. That might be a problem. So I can't write on the... Oh, okay. I just need to refresh. It's fine. Not very disturbing. So what we have, Patrick is inside the English manner, and it's not in the right order. Or like it doesn't give you Hoang too, right? But these are separate components, so you'll have to remember that this is the final and this is the initial, right? Inside the English manner with 2 moon companions. And Bugs Bunny is inside the bathroom. Wait, what was this? Oh, that's the bathroom. I keep getting them mixed up. Bugs Bunny is inside the bathroom of the house. Putting up a no sign. Taking a bath. Fear of no danger, right? Okay. We'll see how long we can keep this up. All right, folks. That's a wrap for today. It was kind of nice. We did a lot of talking, right? 3 hours or so. More thoughts. It wasn't quite well developed. I kept going back to like previous points and whatnot. There were a lot of overlapping points, so the organization could have been quite a little bit more tightly and maybe a little separated in a way. Well, there you have it. This will be part of our new rotation, and I am still unsure how I'm gonna make some practice time so that I can do my 100 review, my 100-day review. I think tomorrow, the thing we can do is, I think we're gonna do a staggered thing, right? We're gonna do Wani. And then we're gonna switch to HanziHero, right? And then we're gonna do Duolingo Duo JP because I still need to do some more review. We're gonna keep it until 307 and see how we feel. I think we're on 303 or something. So to 307. And only then I think we're gonna have to rotate for now. But this will be the order, right? And this will be up to like 207 too. By the time we do our review. And at some point then during those review sessions, I'll probably break it up into like 3 days or something where I review the stuff. I think we're gonna have to break it up into 3 days. It'll be tough to... We're gonna try to keep these guys constant. So these guys are forward. They are priorities now. And this one is after the review. This one's no longer a priority. It goes into practice. So we might shuffle the order and combine something. This one we still got to keep going. The course is not finished. We continue with our course. This one, the course has ended, right? The course has ended. Might go back in Legends on a few things or something like that. Alright. That's the current plan. More stuff in the future. Alright, folks. Thanks for hanging out. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. Right. Yeah, be back tomorrow. Tomorrow is Wednesday. Yep. That's all she wrote. I think these sessions are gonna be short enough that we can do both tomorrow. That's 4 things in a row. Okay. It kind of sounds like that one time I was very ambitious and tried to do Shashinko every day along with the 2. So we'll see how this. We might have to stagger like a Duolingo day and then a SRS day. All right. As always, until next time, 下次见. Right. Stay safe, stay healthy. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.